How's it going? Hey, Reganation. Good evening. Good evening. It's been a while since I've seen you around. Hope you're doing well. So, I figured I'd just turn on the stream because I have the night to myself and I love streaming so much. So, I thought I'd turn it on and just hang out, play a little bit of Wurm online. Oh, yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, that was a fun stream. Um, Finally got a chance to check out my priest's Benediction and the effect that Benediction has. And boy, is it quite powerful, that buff. I'm comparing it to my 95 channeling priest on the old servers who never got benediction because they, I guess they added the journal at a time when I wasn't really playing too much, and I played a little bit, but it wasn't enough to finish benediction. Um, but I've been pushing for it and finally got it, and it's made a big difference. I mean, just today, let's see, I cast Griffith, um, this pelt, and I got 105 cast. And I was just like, what is going on? Like that. Well, I mean, without benediction, that cast is impossible. Um, yeah, and that's only with 80 channeling. And the horseshoes that I was casting on in that stream, like I got like a good distribution. There was a couple 60s in there, but ooh, this the forge is going out. Let me just get a bit of tar. Um, let's see here. Where are those horseshoes? So all of maybe all of these minus three, three of them that were in the 70s were casted on that stream, and yeah, like that's a pretty good distribution right there, I'd say. In fact, it feels better than what I felt like my priest on the old servers was getting. And there was a couple 60s. I replaced a couple 60s and I put a couple 60s in the other bin. But yeah, this that like I'm looking forward to working that priest up a little bit higher, and getting, pushing to 90 channeling. See what happens after that. Now, in terms of what I'm gonna do tonight, I have no idea. I haven't thought that far ahead. No plans. Just turned on the stream and thought I'd just play it by ear. One thing I've been wanting to do is go back to that hunting ground that I saw when we were searching for that champion creature for the benediction up in this area here. Hey, Kyoko. Long time no see. Yeah, it's like I've been streaming in the mornings for so long, and the last few streams also in the mornings and then the day. And so I think like this time is like a completely, different group. I guess morning times, at least morning times for me, is afternoon times for Europe. So I feel like when I stream then I get, but yeah. So Reganation and Kyoko, welcome in. Glad you can make it. So that's one option, is to go up to the hunting grounds up here because boy, did that look really good. It's morning for you currently. Okay. Oh, you're living in South Korea. Yeah, it's the other side of the world. So yeah, that's crazy. So morning time for you. Um, Now I guess the hunting will be just for working on my fighting skill. I did find like at the previous rift, I felt better than I had before, and I feel like it's just because my fight skills have gone up, my weapon skills and that sort of thing. Hey Nin, how's it going? That's your second favorite hunting ground. Your first favorite was just destroyed. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, so it's almost 11 a.m. in South Korea. That's crazy. Ah, thanks for that follow, Arrow, and welcome. Okay, so I guess Nin, that's your first favorite hunting ground now, huh? Now that your other one is destroyed, is the other one also on this server, or is it on a different server? And does weapon skill give CR2, or is it just more hit parry chance? I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. So let's go to Wurmpedia, and I wonder how we can look this up. Skills. Whoops. Cursor. Skills. And let's just like look at it through the skills. Or okay. Category skills maybe. Yeah, there we go. Let's look up just like the skills of. Oh, just hold on one second. Okay, let's look at staves. It's what I'm using is a staff. So, how come I don't see staff or staves? Okay. I'm looking for pole arms, maybe. Maybe it's under pole arms. Staff. Looking for that skill right there. That staff skill. Possibly under pole arms. Oops. Let's go to pole arms. Let's see. So higher skill in pole arms increases both hit chance and parry chance. The main polearm skill helps with all types of polearms, but the sub skills for each polearm type only helps when using those types of polearms. Okay. So yeah, it looks like hit chance and parry chance, which is like super important. Hit chance, particularly, and especially at rifts, because at rifts, when your skill is low, you're missing a lot. Like you just keep missing. Um, and my skill's not that great. Like you can see it right there. It's 52. But if I can work that up, then that'll help a lot. So, Kyoko, you actually had an alt that traveled over to my deed just to see it. Good to see I still stream. Ah, that's nice. Was it this deed or was it the one on the on Xanadu? Okay, yeah, it's the sand or what was previously Sand Island up around D15. Someone changed the entire thing to dirt. That sucks. And hey, Andro, how's it going? Yeah. Well, that's the thing about this game is that people can change stuff, and I guess you're meaning this thing, this little sand. Wait, D15. Yeah, that little sand bit there. Um, yeah, that's just horrible. Um, but yeah, like just maybe a week ago, I was up in this area, and just the sheer number of crocs and scorps were just insane. There's a couple trolls as well, so I thought I'd head up there and get some skill. Um, so yeah, I was also reading about butchering skill and how to get my butchering skill up because I never really got my butchering skill up, nor did I spend that much time like trying to figure it out before. Um, so it's something that I thought I'd look at on stream today, and we'll like I'll learn about it. Like I haven't looked at it, I haven't prepared anything, so I have to figure it out, and I'll show you how I figure stuff out as a process, and you guys may be able to help me with um, some information. Guess you just go get a one quality butcher and go to town on corpses. It's very possible that that's the optimal way. Um, it's I'm gonna go. I'm gonna check that out and verify because I do have a. See, I do have. Let's see, an 89 Circle of Cunning one quality butchering knife right here. So that's there. I also have an 81 quality butchering knife that has no enchants, for which I can enchant if it turns out that a higher quality butchering knife is better. Filet meat, maybe. It does. And there is like a trick here where, so if I have a couple corpses because, see, Brian, in all of his ingeniousness, decides for some odd reason to leave the front door of this building open. And I've had half the mind to put a little gate here because I'll be standing over here, minding my own business, doing my thing, and all of a sudden, as you can see, I'm getting hounded by wolves recently. And anaconda on stream. Here's another wolf right here. So, oh, and here's another one. It's like wolves central here. Let's just do one at a time. There we go. So I could test out a couple things here, right? But I know that if I butcher the wolf, let's say, and I'll get some meat, those meats will be, I don't know, 1.2 kilograms or something like that. And I flay, and that 1.2 kilogram meat turns into 4 fillets in one action. Each of those fillets gives me a chance at a skill tick. So one action can give me 4 skill ticks, which is awesome. So all I need to do is make sure my sleep bonus is on, and you know, I'll get 4 times the skill. Hey, Retro. What a great open concept workshop. I know, it's so great. Until my priest is over here praying while I'm AFK, like I'm on Feyran. I'm not on Feyran, I'm on Griffith. And Xander's sitting here praying and gets mauled by a troll that decides to walk in the front door and kill him while I'm not paying attention. Happened 3 times now. It wasn't a troll each time. I think a troll was once, and Hellhound got me another time. Yeah. I need a wall around my deed. I like the open concept deeds. I just need a door. So maybe just a gate. What I wanted was those, like the double tall, the iron gates, but I don't think those fit in openings, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Let's try to figure this out. So, my go-to place right now to find information is, let's see, is this not working? Is on the forums. Yeah, there we go. Under the community assistance section, game guides is Oblivion Reaver's grinding everything post. Okay, so I mean, this post has so much information and it's not even funny. Unfortunately, the formatting of it is hard to read, but I spent quite a bit of time reading it, and I know that he has a section on butchering. Let's see if we can find it here. Butchering, right? For butchering the animal, diff, which is probably difficulty for meat, is parts already butchered times 3. Okay, so my guess is that what happens is when you butcher a corpse and it's going to produce all of the items, it's like it does it one at a time, right? So each one gets a skill check. Hey, Casper. What's going on? I actually did not tell Feyran about that. I didn't know that Feyran was going to drop in. And I haven't had a chance to talk to him. But yeah, apparently Twitch is opening up more badges slots. So somehow we're going to have to figure out that. Okay, let's see. Difficulty for meat is parts already butchered times 3. So the first one butchered is 0 difficulty. The next is 3 difficulty. One after that is 6, and so on and so forth. Around a 15 difficulty mark is where you'd want to balance your knife quality for. So I'm not sure exactly. Okay, so what he's saying, I think, is that if you look on Grinder, which I'll open up as well because I want to do some like testing with that. So let's see. I guess they don't have. Well, they have filleting, but they don't have butchering, right? So you would use the fixed bonus channeling, which you guys can't see the drop down menus for some reason when it's like this, but and then I would type in my skill. Okay, so what's my butchering skill? I'll have to put it over here above my head. You guys can see my skills now, yeah. And let's see, butchering is under cooking, and it's right here. It's 36, almost 37. So let's call that 37. 37. And he's saying you want to balance for 15 difficulty, and that is because if the first one's 0 and the second one's 3 and the next one's 6 and so on and so forth, and let's say you butcher something and it creates, like, I don't know, 6 meats and an eye and a gland and a tooth and whatever else, like other stuff, right? Like on average it might be 15 difficulty. Okay, so bonus, I don't think there's a bonus. And then tool quality, this is where you want to balance your tool quality. So let's look at what one does. Okay, so that's bad, right? So it's not great. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not great. Okay, it's below 50%. Also, you can see the distribution is not centered. Oh gosh, it's not centered around the 1 to 40, right? So I want to increase my tool quality here. Let's see, 15. Let's say 20. It's not even, right? Like, it needs to be a little bit higher than that even. But 20 isn't terrible. I'm still getting above 50, you know. What does 25 look like? Right. Okay. Something like that. Okay, so I'm curious to know what would happen if I put a 50 bonus 50. That does push it up really high. I honestly don't think there's a bonus for butchering. Could be wrong. Okay, what does flaying do? Let's see, flaying. Butchering skill 37. Difficulty, let's just say 15. Knife quality, let's say 1. Butchering knife skill. Butchering knife skill. Where is butchering knife? Under knives? There it is. 40. What? How is my butchering knife skill at 41? 42 almost. So let's see, 42. Knives parent skill. I guess that matters. 29.97. So it's like 30. Cooking skill. 31. 31.4 or whatever, but that's fine. Let's just see. Okay, so the knife quality it's like okay, right? 10 puts it sort of like in a sweet spot. 15. It's a little bit better. Okay, 10 or 15, I think is fine. Okay, hopefully you guys are following what I'm doing here. This is sort of like the thought process that I go through when I'm trying to figure out stuff. And if you're interested in trying to figure out how to, like you have a skill in mind, you're like, I want to get that skill up. I highly recommend this forum. This forum page, this forum post, because there's lots of information here for trying to figure out like what's the best kind of thing to do. And I know a lot of people aren't really that into the what's the best thing to do, but I mean, I guess if you're not that interested in what's the best thing to do, then you're not really that interested in getting your skills up, really. I know a lot of people play this game for just the experience, and they do what they like to do, how they like to do it, and they say that the skills naturally just go up on their own, which they do, right? Like, which they do. If, let's say, I wasn't using the optimal skill, like let's say I decided I'm just going to use my 80 quality knife, right? I will get skill gain. I will get skill gain 33% of the time instead of 50% of the time. It just means that, you know, you're going to get skill a lot less of the time, and therefore your skill is going to go up a lot slower, and therefore it's going to take a lot longer. And if that's the way you like to play, that's fine. That's like completely a valid way of playing. It's just, I guess you couldn't then be upset that other people have higher skills. I guess that's about it. And I guess that's fine if that's the way it is. I personally like to optimize things in terms of like if I'm going to go for skill, which I would like to go for skill, I want to just go prepared and make sure I get the best bang for my buck, sort of thing. So it looks like 10 or 15 quality knife for filleting is good. And so what my plan is I'm going to go out there and use and butcher the corpses. It says use COC and WA, BOTD, and be full health stam, as the butcher fillet time does not affect skill gain, only how many things you butcher. As the butcher fillet time does not affect skill gain, only how many things you butcher. Okay, I see. So you can butcher more things in a short amount of time, and it was not going to affect the skill gain. Okay, and then he talks about for filleting, difficulty equals damage. So ideally, you want lava to the meat highest damage, and counter that with a high quality knife for really fast butcher actions. Okay, that's going like a little extreme. I don't have any ability to get lava, so I don't have that. That would take too much effort, I think. I could spend the effort. What is lava? Is that like path of power or something? So yeah, no, I don't have lava. From 1 to 60, kill, butcher, fillet everything with lowest quality knife. Past 60, butcher with high quality rare knife. Okay, that makes sense. Because a rare quality knife will give you an extra meat. Gather up thousands of it, lava it all at the same time. So when you get the right difficulty, turn on sleep bonus and go to town filleting. Now the high quality with the damage seems to be so that you can go faster. But if you don't have access to lava, it doesn't seem like that it'll be faster to go out and try to find lava you'd have to have access to lava for that. So I think that it's better to just use a low quality knife on just regular meat and just, I mean, I guess it depends on what your skill is, right? Let's see. Let's say what if my skill was 60 and let's say the difficulty was 0 because there was 0 damage on it. And I was using a 1 quality knife. Whoops, 1 quality knife. And my butcher knife skill seems to be going up more than my knife. And let's just call this 40. I'm thinking of the future. And let's just say like that. Right. See, that's not good. Right. So here's where if you're at 60 skill and you're using a 1 quality knife, this is not good. So you're going to need I think that he's right. Like you want to damage that meat, and it might just be like leave the meat out. It's another way of putting damage onto the meat. Yeah. Okay. So then you're just saying the same thing I just said. You can rot the meat by leaving it out to boost the difficulty. It just takes more preparation than having lava on hand to chuck it in. Absolutely. Okay. So let's. So it's tough for you to play the game just by looking at the numbers. My skill reflects my gameplay. My gameplay shouldn't be based solely on raising those numbers. Yeah, totally. A lot of people like to play that way. See, for me though, it's like I love looking at the numbers. Like that's part of the fun and enjoyment of the game for me. I have a lot of fun just having my character just sitting there doing nothing while I'm looking at Grinder and I'm going through all like the details and the numbers and the trying to figure it out and doing all the prep work. Like I look at that as the prep work. That way when I actually get down to doing the thing, I'm like, I'm watching the preparation pay off. And you know what? With butchering, I've never thought about it. I've always just let it go naturally up, quote unquote, naturally up. I'd kill stuff, I'd butcher it randomly, not caring about how I'm doing it. And on my old character, I did that for a long time. Like I actually like wanted butchering up. I would butcher everything I saw. but I think his butchering skill, Griffith's, like on the old tune, is no higher than 40. And I'm about to get higher than that on this character. Um, and I think I'm going to blow past it because I'm putting in the work now. So Knight, you're saying, I think optimizing is better when you get into the 80s, maybe even 70 skill range. That's when every tick seems to matter much more. I totally agree with you. On a lot of skills, it's like that. Um, but I think butchering is a special one where, like most people, if they haven't thought about butchering, if they haven't thought about optimizing for butchering, their skill is going to stay in the 30s or 40s or so. Like it's going to stay low. It's butchering is one of those skills that you actually have to push by thinking about it, and this is the reason here, right? Like if you didn't know this trick, let's say you did get to 60. Let's say you did get to 60, and then you're filleting away with a one quality knife, thinking this is the best. Well, you're going to get skill at a far lower rate than if you knew that if you know that the damaged meat, if the meat got damaged to 40 quality, for example, this will drastically increase the rate at which you're gaining skill, and then you can balance the knife, you know. And then what Oblivion Reaver's post is suggesting is that what you would like optimally to do is use a really high quality knife, like an 80 quality knife, because it goes much faster. And butchering acts differently in that it doesn't matter how fast the action is. You can have a 2-second action, you're going to get the same amount of skill as if you had a 10-second action. So he suggests make that knife go as fast as it possibly can. Adjust the difficulty by changing the, you know, the damage on the meat. Try to get the damage of the meat. Here, this is good. This looks good. Get a 90 quality knife. Put WOA on it. Put COC on it. Better if it's rare. Increase the difficulty to 70. Oh, the rarity actually is only going to give you an extra piece of meat on butchering the corpse. But yeah, like totally. I hear what you're saying about, you know, just playing the game, and it does become more important to optimize things when you get into the 80s. So Sipaku is saying the problem is you need Path of Power and a mag influence to drop a lava tile. Yeah, but the tile is 50 med or so to unlock. Yeah, that's not happening. I think what Nin is suggesting, I might do that. Okay, let's see here. It burns you out watching your skills gain by 0.000013. Yeah, a young gun. It is true. I mean, but you know what? On my other character, I have 99.8 blacksmithing, and I don't think it goes up that slow. It only starts going up that slow when you're like approaching the 100 mark. But yeah. And the other thing is that you shouldn't be looking at how much is going up per tick. One way to keep track of it, to feel a little bit better about it, is to look at your gain per hour. And you could do that using Wurm Assistant. And that way, each individual tick you don't really care about. It's like, oh, if I do this for an hour, I'm going to gain X number of skill. Yeah, and you did notice many other skills feel much slower. Yeah, like blacksmithing. If you're trying to get up blacksmithing and you're not really, you know, trying, it's not going to go up. Like you got to really push that. Butchering skill impact is also lower than many other skills. A great knife can have you producing 100 quality regularly, even at 30 to 40. That is true. That is true, especially if there's imbues on it, right? And high quality and all that. And the does the ruin, the output, the ruin that does the gathering, does that impact butchering? Oh yeah, and Feyran's been streaming every week on YouTube stuff for his new work. I don't know if you guys caught our retro themed stream a while back. But that whole system that we were using to pick what game that we wanted to play, all of that is designed by Feiran, and he does streams where he shows how he creates those things. Oh yeah, I'm totally Kyoko. Everybody should play the game as they want to, like how they're inspired to, and you know, you didn't know Worm Assistant had something like that. Okay, I can show that to you. Yeah, the rune works on. Oh, okay, the rune works. That's awesome. Okay, so typically you don't think so, but Nin says she does, and I'm gonna. I trust you, Nin. I think that you're pretty knowledgeable in this game. Okay, so let's just read the rest of this just to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Yeah, it's meant to be a sandbox. No playstyle is wrong unless your playstyle is getting you dead. I mean, unless that's what you're going for, I guess. Okay, let's read the ending of this so I don't miss anything. So for 1 to 60, okay, right. Pre-FSB meat. Okay, yes, this is what I was saying before. So if you don't throw it into a food storage bin, the meat can be larger, and then one action. Here it says a 1.2 kilogram meat gives 4 butchering chances, like on a single action. Whereas if it's a 0.3 kilogram meat, it'll only give you 1. So it's better to fillet it before you put it in a bulk storage bin. Okay, good. So I think I'm got that down and I'm ready to go. So let's put that away. And let's before I do anything, then before I go off, I'm going to increase this a little bit, just up to like 10 or so. I don't want to go too high because I will regret it if it's too high. If I need it to go higher, I can always raise it a little bit higher if I'm finding like a 10 quality is not doing so good. But yeah, for now we'll just raise it to about 10. And while that's heating up, let's think, what can we do? I need to get stuff ready for the trip. So I want to bring the wagon, or not the wagon, but the cart. So let's get that going. I need to empty some stuff and put some stuff. Ooh, there's some damaged cotton in here. Let's just combine that together. I don't need these crates. Make sure they're empty. And instead, I'm going to bring this raft. Nope. I gotta pick it up, put it in, because that raft has 10 backpacks in it. And let's just, I need to put these spindles or these fishing reels somewhere. Okay, that's fine. I can put them here. Just got to remember that I put those in the bottom shelf of the LCU. What is it called? The crate rack. Not the crate rack, the large storage unit. The LSU. Put it in the bottom shelf in the backpack. Okay. Hopefully I'll remember that. You do have a question for anyone. What's the best food that's both easy to make and filling and nutritious? I've been making bangers and mash, but I've been wondering what everybody else uses. So, personally, if I just want to fill the bars and I don't care about affinity, I've just been making meals. Although I've been thinking about switching to breakfasts because you can make more weight. Like a breakfast is put into a pottery bowl. Pottery bowls hold a lot more um, than frying pans. And breakfasts are pretty, like you can put a whole lot of stuff in them to increase their complexity or whatever. For the specific affinities, I've been making pizzas. Pizzas are also good just for filling up, right? Like if you just make pizzas. Although all my pizzas are damaged right now, I can just And I don't have a butchering pizza, unfortunately. Nor do I really want to spend the time to make one right now. But I'll just eat this one for the filling my stuff up. But yeah. Pillar food for you is pig and lamb on a spit. Super simple. Does that increase your CCFP bars as well? That's kind of important. Um, Here, you know what? I'm going to take a portion of this piece, this food. I think I have to do that on the ground. Can I do that in here? No, I need to take it into my inventory. That's horrible. Take it in my inventory, take a portion of that one, put it back. Okay. And then this is going to go in here. I'm going to grab my lunchbox. What am I hitting? The hell horse. My lunchbox is in here, I think, somewhere. Boy, is it in the oven? What did I do with my lunchbox? I recently just put it away. Did I put it in the main forge? That'd be silly. Yeah, I did. Oh, and the lunchbox has food in it. Let's see, what's the food in the lunchbox? Some insect meal. So I'll just swap that out. That's glowing. Okay. Like. What do you guys think? Is 10 backpacks enough? Yeah, I guess all the little animal bits that I'll bring back, I can also combine those into smaller things. You know, another thing I could do is I could bring pottery bowls. Where are all my pottery bowls? That's like, this is like overkill, I think. How many pottery bowls fit into a backpack? 8. Okay, that's like a lot. All right, let's just do that. What's the worst that happens? I have too much inventory space. It's better than running out of inventory space. Okay, this butchering knife should be ready. I think I have my water on my bar. Let me just do the fast tools. Ooh. This is the second time I'm doing this. Putting my new pelt on here because I forgot to save the tool belt. Again. And I think my lump is in here somewhere. There it is. Let's just take this one. And my weaponsmithing is nothing to call home about. But it's enough to get this to 10. Oh, one action brought it to 7. Let's see. What will another action do? The problem with butchering knives is that when you use them, they don't get damaged that much. Okay, 11, that's fine. Let's do that and drop this. I might bring a water barrel. Let's see, do I have water in a barrel? Okay, and I have cotton. Should I bring my tent? Oh no, I made myself a tent to take to the rift, and then of course, in typical fashion, I left my tent there. So there's another tent. I got to make another one. Yeah, I could bring my bedroll, but I think I'll be able to make it back. Okay. Let's test this butchering knife on these things. Let's see what happens. I don't even have butcher. Oh yeah, I do have butchering. There you go. All right. My pizzas are looking a bit old. Like I'd imagine the crusts are getting tough to chew. Yeah, it is true. My pizzas are getting a little old. I did make a new batch of some pizzas. It's just the pizzas that are in there don't you know, yeah, they just don't get eaten quick enough, I guess. So it's not CFCP, but I always eat a fin food beforehand what I'm working on. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So it's like you'll eat something to increase your CCFP first, and then you'll eat the filler food after. All right, let's see. I guess for now I'll just leave these here. That way the meat can be left out to rot. I'll just put this stuff into here. Some furs. Okay. You know, instead, what I'm gonna do, probably just use my keybind. I'll bury these ones. Whoops. Bury all. Bury all. All right, and we can get started. And I'll leave these on the floor here to start the rotting process. And not again. What did I say? What's not again, cats? Oh, maple is in season. Remember the old Wurmian myth: if you don't bury the corpse, you could attract trolls. Yep. Or you miss out on the chance to get a, what do you call it? Is it still too hot? A chance to get a rare coin. That is still too hot, so I'll eat this just to fill the rest of it up. And want to unhitch these one at a time. Not pulling. There we go. Did I get both of them? Looks like it. Oh, I unhitched but didn't lead. Unequip. Load. There we go. Into this one, I think. It's into the boat. I think I'm good to go. Close enough to the boat to get on. Okay, there we go. Load this up. Okay. Before I go, is there anything that I'm missing? What am I missing? Wow, look at the damage on that weapon. Okay, I could mend it with the priest. That would mean I'd have to log him on, or I could just repair it. Let's just repair it. I'm gonna lose a little bit more damage or quality, but that's okay. And I should probably repair everything else. Okay, so I think I'm good to go. What's the worst that happens? I get out there and I feel like, oh, I forgot this thing. I have the cotton, which I probably won't need. I have the butchering knife. And I think let's get going. All right. / weather. Let's see which way the wind's coming from. A light breeze. So doesn't matter which way the wind is coming from. It's sailing into a light breeze for a second here. I think just to make this a little bit faster, I'm going to go underneath this bridge here. Not again to leaving my tent behind. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's okay. I literally made the tent to go to that rift. I made it in the, like, in just before, thinking maybe I should bring a tent. And I left it on cadence. Doesn't take that long to make one, so I'm not too worried. So yeah, I was working on my blacksmithing earlier, getting it on those horseshoes. I got most of them to 70 or really close to 70, if not. And getting really close now. Just another 0.6 to go to get to 90. Think I won't get stuck if I keep going like this? Think. Okay, good, good. Yeah. Oh, nope. I am getting stuck. Okay. One of these days I will get a gnar. I know I can get through here. I got through here yesterday. It's just where. Hmm. Like, I'm gonna have to spend a little bit of time surface mining down there. Or can you surface mine the rock, or is that it? That's how deep it goes. You know what I should be doing is spending my time getting myself a gnar. I know I can make it through here. I made it through here yesterday. It's like somewhere right in the middle. You can mine it down to pass it over. I know, but what if it's like, 20, 20 deep? Can you still mine it down? Yeah, hold on. Let's try this one more time. Just gonna scooch around. I think you can mine down to 25. Okay. Trying to remember which side it was. I thought it was the left side, but maybe it's right along this tile border here. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Pretty sure it's like right along that tile border. I'm almost certain, but for some reason I was getting stuck over there. I don't know. Okay, it's working now. That's very strange. Okay, so you mine down enough to get over in your Corbita. I do need to get myself a gnar. Oh, more sand here. Might have been just faster to go around. Although probably not. It's quite a ways to go around. And I would have been going into the wind. All right, light breeze, sailing. Awesome. I should probably make a ruin for this boat also. Could have gotten 10% speed booster. What's the best ruin you can put on a boat? Does vehicle speed work on a boat? Let's take a peek while we're sailing here. Let's see. You use that one for 5% size anyway? Oh, okay. 5 speed, 7.5 wind. Okay, so that one is Bronze Venora. That one. Okay, so is that one like 5% vehicle speed? Does the vehicle speed apply to boats, or is that only carts and wagons? Like, for example, this 10% vehicle speed, would that increase my speed by 10% flat out? Yeah, okay, both. Okay. So this one's just bronze and that one's adamantine. So it's probably, and like the wind speed, I guess, only affects it if there's wind. The light breeze is not gonna it's not gonna help in a light breeze. Another thing is it could be that my boat gets improved. I think it's only 50 quality or so. That's okay. Let's see. 48 quality. It does need to be repaired, it does look like. That's okay. It's trucking along. It's your understanding, though, that the higher the wind, the more the wind speed helps. Yeah. I actually don't mind when there's a high wind. I'm not like, I'm not at that moment wishing that I had more speed. It's only when there's no wind is when I'm like, please give me more speed. So I'm more willing to increase the speed when there's no wind. So in that case, it might be like if I could afford spending an adamantine rune on it, it might be better. And the one for size makes sense because then you can load. Wait a minute. I'm thinking about a wagon. The one for size on a wagon is going to allow you to carry a full BSB, right? Then by that logic, a boat like a Corbita should already be able to carry a BSB. Hey, Zulatek. You got to have that 10% wind hot rod boat for when there's a gale and ROS has been cast, though. Yeah. But, in a gale, your speed is going like 30 anyway. What's 10% at that point? 33. But if like I'm at 11, like it would be like if I could just magically whisk that up to 12 right now, I would take that in a heartbeat. It's like this is just brutal how slow it's going. But 60 kilometers is so fun. It is. Times two? Times two? I thought it said 10% increase. Oh, the rite of spring. Right. Right. The rite of spring gives you the faster boat speeds. Yeah. Just improves items for skill gain while you travel. Just don't notice the slow speeds as much. That is true. I did look at those fishing reels. I could have brought those along. But honestly, this is not a long boat trip. It's like from here to here. This is going to take 10 minutes. Let's take a look at that. What does Rite of Spring do exactly? Rite of Spring effects. Double speed for all ships on server for 24 hours. Yeah. So the 10% wind speed, and then you double that, it gives you 20%. Yep. Again, my experience is more that I experience this happening more often than I experience getting double the speed. And I'd rather increase. I'm all for increasing the minimum speed. Anything that can increase the minimum speed in my books is better. For those 24 hours, you keep sailing around the server to finish the journal. Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna. I'm not even gonna work towards the journal. You know, not until the number of riffs I've done is like in the 90s. Then I can start thinking about the rest of the journal. All right, where am I going? I feel like I'm on the wrong side of this. I need to be over there. Was not paying attention, so let's go this way. You've done 30 plus riffs. Yeah, and you go to a lot of riffs. Let's see. I don't even know if I have it. I don't even think I have it open. Yeah, I don't even have it open. Huh. Win 10 spars. That was me killing Xander the other day. Yeah, I don't even have the 10th one open, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have the 7th one open. I honestly haven't done any, like, I haven't really thought about these yet. All of these I got just by doing. I think I did do this one specifically. Like, I think it was, what was it? I created a small cart. That's what it was. I created the small cart specifically for the sleep bonus. So I'm using these sort of specifically for when I run a sleep bonus and I have a whole bunch of stuff to do. Um, so I've been sort of holding off on some of these. But I honestly haven't looked at them to try to get any of these done. Let's see. Build an underground house, kill a creature with a catapult. Oh, that's gotta be so annoying. Build a guard tower, complete an almanac. That's also annoying. Isn't an almanac leatherworking? Yeah, 250 missions. Yeah, again, I haven't even like looked at. Look, I've completed 8 missions. so, so yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I'm not even gonna worry about them. Oh, the wind's slowed down. Wasn't it at a light breeze a second ago? And it got worse. So does rarity affect the speed at all, or what does it add for boat or ship? It does increase speed, the rarity. By how much, I don't know. Yeah, and then you get disconnected because the server gives a message position on the server is not uploaded. I know, if you're going that fast. Everything on the last one is fairly ridiculous. 250 missions, yeah, the worst. I might have my ally indeed ready during the last 50. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna hit something here. I kind of remember this was a spot as well. And I have to go over into this little groove to get my Corbita through. Ah, gotta get into the groove. Gosh. Into the groove. Nope. Rarity adds phantom passengers. Oh, okay, that's how it works. Right, because if you have a passenger, you go faster. Yes, maple season is up. Is passenger speed boost when you're on the boat? Oh, not full. Okay. So if you already are full, then the rarity does nothing. That's interesting. Like, what if let's say for rowboat, which only has three slots, and you have two people in there, so there's an empty slot, and then you have a rare one that gives you the third person. But if you had a supreme one, it just acts like it has like a full boat. I'm guessing. So a fantastic rowboat does nothing better than a supreme, which I did check them, but I don't have that last journal entry open to see. Yeah, I don't have the last journal entry open. I only have the 7th one. So yeah, improve an armor piece to 80. Well, better get to armor smithing. Restore a statue from fragments. Okay, there it is. This one here alone will mean I'll never finish the journal entries. Like forget the 100 rifts, forget the 250 missions. I'm not touching meditation ever again. I am done with meditation permanently. Nah, using your achievements list, not journal. Okay. Um, where the frick are the achievements lists? Let's see here. Mm-mm. If I had to guess, I'm gonna guess six. Six rifts. Do you know what it's called? Because these things are. Oh, there is it. No, it's rift, rift specialist. No, with war master. Well, okay, there. I've vanquished 7 war masters, which means I at least went to 7 rifts. Sacrifice of the rift altar. Investigating the rift. You were there when a rift was shut down. Okay, 8. If you sort by counter, no, no. I think it's this one, right? You were there when the rift was shut. That's my guess. Then that there is a possibility that I was participating in a rift for which I had to go AFK right near the end before the War Master came up, and then it ended while I was AFK. So it's possible that I missed killing the War Master at one of the rifts I went to. I have to get knowledge 11. It's a game changer. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Reganation, you're in local. Is this where you're hanging out these days? I did see you had plopped down a deed the other day. Was that did I see that right? That you had planted a new deed? Yeah. You've often wanted to go to a rift, but always been worried that my fighting skill wasn't up to snuff. Yeah, I think that you should be fine. Um, it's you can participate and get the rewards. Let's put it that way. Whether or not you'll feel like you're like contributing might be another because it'll. So what Zulitech is talking about is tagging, where all you do is you target the mob and you'll get credit for it when it dies. Like whether or not you'll hit it or not, totally others probably have a hard time hitting them. I think I'll just plot myself over here. Just make sure that I'm not in a deed. But this goes for everybody. All you need to do is target the mob. Yep. And be like, I think you also have to be in range to hit it. So like the combat window has to expand, and you just target it, and you get credit then when it dies. And you just do that for every mob that you can, and you'll get credit. And then at the end of the rift, you'll get a lump of moon metal and some rift mats. Yeah, the combat window has to expand. Yeah, you want to get at least 60 points for moon metal. Yeah, okay, so you do that, and that's really easy to do because there's hundreds of mobs, and you just need to target 60 of them. You get 1 point for each mob. And then after that, like aside from that, you want to stay safe. Yeah, you have your tent down in case you die, and make sure that you're near, like, you stay close to the pens. Okay, so we're gonna. Your main guy's still on Xanadu. Cool. Okay, yeah, that's how you got the Troll Slayer back in the day. Yeah, exactly. But not only is tagging the best for points, but it's the best for fight skill, which early on is really good. Yeah, you'll get the credit for the fight skill as well. Although I find like rifts are okay for fight skill, but if you want fight skill, like if that's what you're going for, I feel like the best is just get your hands on a life transfer weapon and a half decent set of armor, and then yeah, and the fight skill goes up real fast at the beginning. This is weird. I don't get the orange goo on the maples. None of them is harvestable. Hmm. I mean, it might be that it's different. I saw the orange goo. We have maples there. See, look. There's a maple right there with the orange goo on it. It might be a NFI thing. Like, is NFI and SFI, are they like on the same schedule exactly, or? Oh, Kyoko, you're fine. Like you're with fight skill above 70. Yeah, if your fight skill's above 70, you have nothing to worry about. We're we're giving advice as though your fight skill's like 10. Yeah, you're average exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You'll be fine. You'll be basically where I am. Like my fight skills, like I'd say I'm average. Let's see. Actually, I'll bring up my fight skill here because I have a tracker for fighting. 74. It's not that great, but it's not that bad. And my staff. This is what I want to work on is my staff skill. Um. Okay, let's get going. I'm getting distracted here. Okay, so unload those. And I'm gonna unload the cart. Yeah. What? Okay. That was weird. Right. Get these back in here. And then also transfer some stuff. Anything else? What would I use a crate for, if anything? I think I don't need a crate. I think I'll be fine with all those little bags. I think I'm good. Disembark. All right. Can I go that way? If I can go that way, I'm going to go that way. Yeah, yeah. Just decent weapon, armor, and you can 1v1 with a Rift Beast or Jackal at 70 fighting. Yeah. Can I make it? I should be able to go up here anyway. Sipaku. Okay, so Zulatek is suggesting that you try relogging. It might be. It might be. I'm not sure if. So cadence and harmony are a little off on harvest times, Jingako says. It's possible. It's possible that the servers are slightly off. Hmm. The maple sap can display before harvest time. I never knew that. Let's take a peek. Although I don't have a bucket or anything, and my barrel has water in it. And it says the maple is brimming with sap. I don't know if that means. Okay, so you don't get the harvestable tag on them either, so can't be a visible bug. Yeah. Also have a tendency to treat myself as a newer player, even though I've been around since I know you've been around forever. It's because I haven't been as dedicated as many players, and none of my skills are above 80. Though my blacksmithing is almost 80. Okay. Already, there's a croc right there. Although I'm just gonna go over to the. Let's just go over to the desert because it'll just be croc after croc. How do I? What the? Why am I way up here? Maybe I shouldn't have gone all the way up. I want to get down there. And I don't know this area too well. So I think I would have been just fine coming across here like this. Your mining is 95. That's insanity. I think I did see on your stream that you had 95 mining. That is insanity. I don't even think my old character has 95 mining. But that's for a whole other reason. That's because you didn't need 95 mining. I had high enough mining to get 100 quality whatever I wanted. Until this new change, which would definitely motivate me to work on my mining on my other tune if ever I play the other tune again. Yeah, better than SFI Griff. Yep. Mm-hmm. Again, like you got to remember, like I was in the middle of my mining grind. Like just I had my silver vein, the whole setup, and I'm mining away, right? And then an update happens, and they introduce imbues. I'm like, oh, okay, imbues. Bought a couple imbues, put them on my pick, realized what they did, and I was just like, what? I can get 100 quality ore, and I don't have to do the rest of my mining grind? Okay. So then, from then on, I had a fully imbued pick, and I never felt the need to increase my mining. I mean, yeah. See, I'm I've never been one to have like the super crazy stats, like in the sense that because I don't necessarily get to play. Like I get to play a lot, but I don't get to play as much as some other people get to play. And like my only bragging rights type skill that I have is my blacksmithing, which my blacksmithing is something like I think it's 99 point. It's almost 99.9. Like it's almost there to 99.9. Looks like somebody was hunting in here. Oh yeah, I'm cheating with my 2,700 hours played. That is a lot of hours, and that's since the Steam launch. Yeah. Let's see how many. Let's see hours. Let's figure this out. 71 days. Let's bring up my calculator. 71 days times 24. Yeah. So you got like 1,000 more hours than I do. So give me 1,000 hours. Try to catch up. Yeah, Nin. I don't even want to know what your mining is. It's probably like 100 by now. Did you get to 100? Whoops, I did Sleepwalker. Not meant to do Sleepwalker. Steam says 3659. What? That's a lot of playtime, guys. 0.986. Oh my god. 99.986. Jeebus. That is some kind of skill. And it's so much slower than pickaxe, I know. So pickaxe is 99.99. Yeah. 9957. Poof. The important thing for my mental health is a body strength grind, not a mining grind. God, body strength grind. I don't even want to know. Okay, so I'm trying to think here. How do I want to do this? Like, gather up a couple corpses. Okay, so I just fight a bit, or do I just have my sleep bonus on the whole time? That way I can get weapon skill at the same time. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so in this fight, I'm just gonna have my weapon skill on. My sleep bonus on, rather. Okay, now I'll have it on. Yeah, it's okay. Fantastic door lock, 13 quality. Oh my god. Yep. Sag is right. It's like winning the lottery and you're the only one who purchased a ticket. Okay, it does look like these are not butchered. They would look different then. I'll just grab it. Okay, let's take on these two. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens. Here's what I don't understand about the new fighting system. Oh my god. Okay, I'm probably not gonna survive that. I'll be mostly fine. I probably can handle it. I just don't want to. I don't have to stress about it. Let's see. Which one I use fastest? Surprisingly, the Hell Scorpions looks like it's the fastest. Although it dropped aggro. Is the snake still coming? Yeah. Anaconda will have the most aggro range. Oh, you don't have your SFI password? Are your skills any decent up on the SFI tune? And Knight, you think you started after the Steam launch, but didn't play through the Steam either. Yeah, me neither. I played on the what's it called? The client, the standalone client. Yeah, probably not. Yeah. I mean, I'm almost certain that at one point they're going to connect the servers. Yeah, that time. So was that it? Like you logged in, you found our deed, you made some bricks, and then logged out, and that was it. That was a long time ago. Yeah, using the standalone client, you're on Indie. I had no idea. You hope they connect the servers one day. Yeah, I'm certain that they're going to, at one point or another. Seems very likely. I do hope. Doesn't fit anymore. Oh, it does. I do hope they wait until at least after the Impelung that happened. That's scheduled for October. Okay, which one of these is stronger? Probably the Hell Scorpius. Let's take a peek. Croc hit me twice so far. 3 times. 4 times, so maybe I'm targeting the wrong one. Whatever. You want PvP and PvE to be completely separate, at least somewhere. Right. I feel like I was told you were full or not accepting people as much. Yeah, but if you got to the point where you were making bricks. See, this was our this is how we did it. This was our idea at the time anyway, like, oh god. Hold on, I should probably focus here a little bit. So we put out that call for like, okay, anybody willing to help out and join our deed. And, we had like a little thing that had to be filled out. What's going on here? Why didn't that work? This is horrible. Okay, so it does turn out that this Scorpius was pretty brutal. That Scorpion will be fine. So just give me one more second. Just want to make sure that I don't die here. Should be fine. This should be fine. Maybe not. Maybe I might have to run. Okay, so I'll just run. This is getting a little bit red. Okay, so what we did was we would get people who did make it through the first process. We'd bring them over to the deed. We gave them a little plot of land. Okay, so we had these little plots, and they were each like, I don't remember exactly, but probably like 40 tiles or something like that to build a house on and have a little pen for their animals and maybe like farm tiles, a few farm tiles. There was a communal farm as well, so like it wasn't just like, this was just for personal space. And then we told the person who joined, and we had several people who came through this process, and we said, okay, now make your first task is to make 500 bricks or planks. That was it. It was bricks or planks. You can choose. And back then there wasn't like the different types of stone. There was just regular stone. And whichever one they chose, we gave them a bin full of that material. So give them a bin of logs or a bin of shards. And if they needed, we gave them a chisel and a BSB, and they got to keep that. Now, when that process was done, okay, so this was, we did this to make sure that the person who's joining is somebody who's gonna stick through with the rest of playing. Like they're not gonna get to the point where like if 500 bricks was the make or break, then we didn't, see, even so, there were still people who made it through the 500 bricks, got to the point like they built their house, and then they stopped playing, right? So like it didn't even fully fix the problem. But what we were trying to do is make sure that if we're going to give somebody a plot, that person's going to stick around. And so that was our sort of like filter. But once the bricks were done, or the planks were done, or whatever it was that they were making, we gave them those materials and said, okay, your next task is to take those and make yourself a house of whatever, make yourself a place. And they got to keep those bricks or planks or whatever. It wasn't like we're making them do slave labor or anything. So that was the process. Yeah, make sure they're dedicated. Like we only had like 6 slots, I think, and we had more than that number of people apply to the thing. So if if you got to the point where you're making bricks, then but then didn't get through 500 bricks, then that spot then became open for somebody else who was able to make it through 500 bricks. That's just like, it was just, I don't know. We weren't, this was just our way of making sure that we weren't going to have empty slots, being taken up. Might not have been the smartest, but so I know you were saying that it did make you feel bad, and I do apologize for that. It wasn't meant to make you feel bad. But the other thing is that we didn't have a way of really like verifying someone's age, for example. And we had sort of like a particular type of player in mind when we were opening this up. And in the end, like over time, we had so many people come in through this process. Like, and they came in. We even had people get to the point where they built out their entire house and then left for good. And we learned the hard way that you have to. Back then, houses had writs, so there was like you built a house and it had a physical paper in your inventory. And so one of the rules was that if you like for your once you finish your house or once you build your house and you get the writ, that you had to pass the writ over to us because we had the problem where before we had that rule, somebody built a house and then left, never to come back, and then we had no permission for that house, so we couldn't open up that spot for somebody else to come in, and so that was something that we had to learn. We were learning at the time, like we never had held a deed where people were living with us, so we had no idea what we were doing really. We were just trying to make decisions the best that we could at the time. Yeah, Cat, sounds really smart. A great way to make sure they're dedicated. So many players give up after a few days, and then you're stuck with the house. Exactly. That was exactly it. And we were trying to, like, in our minds, we were like trying to build this kingdom. Like that was our vision. Although it was after the end of it all. We realized that it's hard to do that in this game. I don't. It has to do with just like the nature of the game. People come and people go, and it's hard to keep things going over a long period of time. There were a few who stuck through, right? Like there was Chunk Lord. He was there for the whole time of Autumn Twilight. Pekka or Chef Pee Wee, he hopped in a couple times in the stream recently. Chef Pee Wee was there. He was there the whole time. Like honestly, Chef Pee Wee was like a trooper. Him and Chunk Lord. And then we also had Nightshade. And Nightshade was I almost got the sense that she could have been like an independent sort of like powerhouse type player. Back then, there was the belief that soul depth played a role in casting, right? So like this was like the lore. This was well before anybody knew anything about the code and the underlying mechanics of a lot of things. So everybody believed that soul depth played a vital role in casting, and so pan filling was a thing, and she had a priest that just the sheer amount of pan filling happening on that priest was obscene. I think her soul depth was like above 80 or something like that. Like it was something crazy. And we're talking like this is 2013 or 2014 or something like in that era. Probably 2013. So it was Nightshade, Pekka, and Chancellor. Those are the three that sort of stuck with it. There was another named NZ Kiwi, and he was always struggling with staying motivated to keep going. But he was around. You get frustrated with that vanish and can't be reached out to. Yeah, the vanish and can't be. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it happens. We had quite a few like that, and so we instituted a new thing where instead of giving a plot of land, we had another option, which was we built temporary houses. That was another option for people who weren't sure. So we like, if the person was new to the game and wasn't like sure whether they were dedicated to the game, we gave them a temporary house. Of course, that we held the writ for, so that we can make sure that you just let everyone in and do what they want. Yeah, I mean now, like, does the mayor have the ability to remove a building on their deed if somebody else builds it? Do you know? Oh, your PC restart you missed. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me just see. I might have missed a couple comments here. Considering how I mean, famous is like a strong word. I feel like maybe well known. We were well known. People knew who we were. I think the system was very generous considering that you provided tools and raw materials. Yeah. We also we had some crazy ideas. Like we had a whole we thought at first that we could create this like economy inside of the, and we put a lot of effort into that economy, but in the end it wasn't like, it didn't really work so well. Like I was willing to like work on making tools for everybody, but we sort of like wanted an exchange sort of system where it wasn't just me making tools for everybody and that was it. So we sort of like created something where, because we also wanted to, we had this big vision for this massive castle that needed tens of thousands of bricks and so on and so forth. And so we were like, okay, 1,000 bricks, you make 1,000 bricks and that will sort of like give you credit for casts and stuff, and I would just cast for everybody in exchange for bricks. And there was like, IOUs. It wasn't like give me your 1,000 bricks. It was sort of like, I'll like, you need a pickaxe, fine, I'll give you a pickaxe. And then there was like a value associated with that was just recorded, and then it was sort of like an IOU sort of system. But in the end, it just sort of like became less strict, and people were just giving stuff this way and that. So it was okay. Like it worked out. Everybody's friendly, and I mean, we ended up finishing that project, which honestly, there were times during that time I'm like thinking, I can't believe this is gonna, like, this. There's no way that we're gonna get this done. Like if you go back to those videos where we're surface mining down that mountain, it wasn't quite a mountain, but it felt like a mountain. Like during that surface mining stint, which lasted months, there was so many times during that time I was thinking, there's no way we're getting this done. Like my mining at the time was like in the 80s. It wasn't like killer or anything like that. And back then, surface mining didn't have surface mining didn't get better as you went up in levels. Like back then, it was 1 in 5 chance, a 20% chance flat, no matter what you did. We're still famous to you. We were famous. I mean, that's famous. Like, I mean, maybe. Well, like we were known by the community for sure. Let's put it this way: I never thought of ourselves as famous. This is a new thing with the eye closed, right? Like it looks like I have 1 pip in my focus, but the eye is closed, so I can't. And I noticed at rifts I can't focus higher than level 3. Did they? Is that something new? It's new and broken. Focus has been bugged. Okay. Ugh. Like, I wonder if it's like something purposely put in for rifts that they don't want focus level to go above 3 so that people aren't chaining their focus. But I don't know. You can still with the hotkey. Oh, then that sounds bugged. That sounds broken. God, didn't they just I don't know. The iClosed icon was a suggestion made by Lone Shrimp actually. Then I whipped it up and we put it in the game that night. Okay. Didn't know there was a bug with it though. Let the team know. It was to tell you that you could start to focus. Yeah. I actually like the idea of the eye closed. Um, but see, there was this ability. There was this thing where you could chain your focus. So, for example, like let's say I get to focus level 3 or something like that, and then I kill this mob and I move over to another mob. If I do it quick enough, oh, these hell scorpions are hard. If I move over to another mob quick enough, I can start. When I attack it, I'll have like one focus, and I can focus right away. That's the way it used to work anyway. But now you arrive at the next mob and the eye is closed. Oh my god, am I gonna lose? Come on, cold clouds. Whew. These hell scorpiuses are not easy. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. The hotkey thing. Because otherwise you had to keep spamming over and over again without any idea if you're starting to use it. Yeah. Still works just through the hotkey. Yes. Okay, so I'll make a hotkey for it in a second. Let's just make sure I'm not gonna die. Yeah, I'm sure people reporting bug reports on it, but yeah, I don't. Okay, let's see what a hot. Let's see the hotkey. My guess is that there's going to be a hotkey in here for it. Focus. Yep. I already have it as 0. That's not right. That doesn't seem right at all. Okay, let's just change that to. Let's change that to backslash. So just take over. What was backslash before? Backslash was. That's just a regular scorp. That should be enough to get my healing back up. Oh, and the croc. Okay, so. Right, okay, good, it worked. I should be fine with just crocs and scorps, I think. Let's see. Num 0 by default. Oh, okay, that's what it was. It was because 0 and num 0 are different, I'm guessing. Okay, oh, this is reminding me. I had a question before about this defending. Okay, so let's say I'm fighting 2 mobs, right? And one of the mobs is attacking, like, just without the sword, without the direction, and then the other mob is attacking. Okay, I gotta switch this. The other mob is attacking, let's say, to the right, let's say. But if I'm targeting the first mob, then I won't see which direction the second mob is attacking, right? Like that feels a little bit like is there any way to be able to know which way to block? I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I almost feel like there should be some kind of system that lets you know overall where everybody that is hitting you is attacking so that you can choose like let's say I want to focus down this scorpion but I want to block against the crocodile while I'm doing that. Okay, so let me re-explain it. So I'm fighting the scorpion and the crocodile. I'm targeting the scorpion because it's lower level and it's easier to kill, so I want to get rid of it quicker. But the crocodile is targeting me to the right, let's say, all the while I'm killing the scorpion. I don't really care about defending against the scorpion because the scorpion is really not going to damage me that much. But this crocodile, I want to block against it. So I know, like, I feel like there's no way to know which way the crocodile is attacking me without targeting it. Yeah, for multiple mobs, you just have to look at the enemies and do that math yourself. Exactly. Yeah. Weirdly, I've found as my fight skill gets higher, mobs usually cooperate on attack direction. Yeah. I see what you're saying. So like you defend one way and it's like attacking that way. Mouse over shows you the direction. Okay, mouse over shows you. Okay. Okay, so then okay, so I can just mouse over, see that the crocodile's attacking to the right and defend against the crocodile. Boy, this card is holding a lot of corpses along with all my other stuff. Okay, I better keep going because my sleep bonus is still on. And how's my staff? Yeah, oh, my staff is going up a lot. Like, at the Rift, my staff skill, I went to 2 rifts back to back, and I think combined, both rifts did not give me this amount of staff skill. So this is going up much faster. Ooh, wow. I'm getting interrupted here, left, right, and center. That was weird. It dropped my ability to attack up, and it dropped my special abilities. Yeah, the wolf's hitting me. Okay, I see. I should have... That's weird, though. Like, I kind of want to kill the scorpion, but the wolf's... I see. I can see the wolf... The wolf's not attacking me. I can't see the wolf's direction, right? But now I can. Okay. Unless you're going to push focus past 3, you really shouldn't bother. Yeah. I haven't really been bothering unless it was the... Well, I might be doing it unconsciously. I mostly want to just get the cold clouds off. But you're right. Focus level 3 is where the combat rating comes. And mouse over doesn't show. Yeah, mouse over. Most yeah, I see. Yeah, if that is a good suggestion though to add, I think to make it show so that you can defend against like you can choose what you want to defend against. Normally my go-to strategy is to kill the weaker mob first. So it would be nice to be able to do that while defending against the stronger mob. Like in that last fight with the wolf, where the wolf was just... I should have probably targeted the wolf first. Like in now my staff is up to 0.92. Like that just gave me 0.2 skill over those last few mobs. That's yeah. I'm glad I came out here to test this. I really want that staff skill to go up. So this is good. Similarly with the normal fighting, that's going up pretty good too. So you got a fight in Elite Dangerous. Anyhow, good to hear there's bug reports. If that's the case, then I'm quite sure the devs have seen them and have added the bug. Sorry, I gotta defend. To priority list, the recent update issue they probably had, yeah. They're probably focusing on the animal update. During the reviews of mine, I've been playing too. I always thought. I know. Recently, things have gotten really quiet from the devs. I was just like curious because I was looking at the last patch notes thread, and I noticed Demona had mentioned at some point, like I'm like looking at, it was like a post from July 8th, so like a week and a half ago maybe, and it was Demona saying in a couple days the devs are going to say something that's going to clarify stuff about the new update. I'm like, okay, that was July 8th, and it's been more than a couple days. So I'm like scrolling through, and all I saw was one, like Dark Lords had mentioned something very brief. All it said was essentially, we know we're working on it, we're testing stuff internally. It'll happen soon. But it wasn't really clarifying anything. It didn't answer anybody's questions about what is it. I think what people want to know, especially about the animal husbandry update, is like, how is it supposed to work? Like this is what it looks like it's working. Like, is it supposed to be doing that, or like what's the intention here? But we haven't got any clarification on how it's supposed to work, which is frustrating quite a few people. And then also the other thing that was concerning is that Demona hasn't posted since July 8th, like anywhere on the forums. And then I looked to see like, okay, like when was the time before that July 8th post? And the previous time that she posted on the forums was June 27th. Like, and mind you, these aren't like forum posts. These are like messages in some forum thread somewhere. So she posted once on June 27th, and the next time was July 8th, and then it hasn't been no more forum messages since then. So I'm just feeling like something's off a little bit there. So your suggestion for the devs to remove the feature until it can be fixed, otherwise it's hurting. Yeah. Communication is all we've been asking for. Something, anything. You talked to Demona, how I haven't seen devs posting the feedback bug forms in a long time. Yeah. I mean, it is true. Oh, my stamina is like really low. I know they're still balancing stuff with the animal to grip to the reason the quietness is probably because it's kind of useless to give info until its balance has been finished. I mean, it's not. I mean, like I understand that they don't want to say the exact details of precisely the final thing because they don't know what the final thing is going to be. Whoops, I have no stamina to do this. I don't know why I'm doing that. I understand that. That makes sense, but to have no communication, like zero anything. I don't know. Here's another thing. Like, they had that competition for the decorating your deed competition. Entries had to be in by July 10th. That was 10 days ago. And there hasn't been any word since that date. Like, the thread got locked and then no information. And it's like I don't know, 10 days feels like a lot. Like, I know that they might be in the judging position, like they're looking through all the entries and they're trying to judge, and that maybe takes longer than 10 days, but even if that does take longer than 10 days, I feel like there should be some message of some kind. It should be just like words that say like, "Hey, thank you everybody for all your entries." It's like we're going to be now taking like there should be something, I feel. Anything. Some message that says something. Uh yeah, I know. Yeah. It's like the confusion comes from lack of communication. Exactly. It's like the communication. Oh, like here, hold on. I gotta bring this up. I gotta show what the communication was. Let's see here. It's like how it's being communicated. It's not like we know that they can't tell us the details. Okay, and we're probably like most of us are okay with like we don't need all the little nitty gritty details of what's going on behind the scenes. Okay, but here, somebody is going to have like if you want to know what's happening, you have to. It's maybe it's on this page. You have to know that on the 8th page of this post that somebody somewhere said something right here. Here it is, Dark Lords. And this was the information we got. We're working on some tweaks to it still. We want to make sure we have something people will enjoy this time. More info soon on the changes as soon as we can. We are doing internal testing on them currently. Things will pass on more consistently, and miscellaneous trait will not be so common to show up. And that's the information we got. Just let me start another fight because he did say one more thing after that, but it was shorter. Yeah. The question was, is this from both parents again or just still one? The bonus for both parents having it has been increased by a lot. Maybe it's because I'm not an animal husbandry person, so I don't know what he's talking about. But I don't know what it is. I'm also not sure what bonus we're talking about here because there was no bonus mentioned before. There was no bonus. So I'm not sure what that means. The bonus for having the trait, the miscellaneous trait, maybe? Things will pass on more consistently. So maybe traits. So maybe what he's trying to say, is that specific traits, like let's say fleeter, will pass on more consistently to the offspring. So like let's say the father has fleeter, the mother has fleeter, the baby will more consistently have fleeter. And then this so that makes this question make sense. Like, is this from both parents or just one? So like if just the mother has fleeter, will that mean that it'll pass on to the baby more consistently, or do both parents need to have it in order for it to be passed on? And then Dark Lord says the bonus for both parents having it has been increased by a lot. So maybe what he's saying is that if both parents have fleeter, then there's a much higher chance that fleeter gets passed on. But like, my point here is not that we're not like, okay, we aren't getting that much communication, but the communication we are getting is like this. On the 8th page of some thread, there's some dev saying something that you have to like interpret to maybe mean something. And then like I'm sure most breeders aren't seeing this and very likely aren't going to know about this very clearly. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Okay, you guys are saying a whole bunch of stuff, so let me see here. Yeah, Retrograde is no longer community manager. That has changed. Demona has taken over. Like just said a hi once a week. Yeah, exactly. Once a week would be nice to get just a hi. Like it doesn't have to be much. You know, even those threads that it's like, or those posts that are just like, you know, not much new to tell you guys, but we're still working on. This is like our focus. We're working on this stuff still, making sure that the animal husbandry, like like that post that Dark Lords put there, where it says we're still working on it, internal testing, or whatever. That should be like a new post, like a new town square post or a new whatever post. Maybe new Valray International, which by the way, the last Valray International we got was April 17th. So it's been a while since we got any official like post that says stuff. But yeah, like if we got like just a paragraph as a new post saying we hear your response, all the things about animal husbandry. It should not be on the 8th page of a thread somewhere. Oh, sorry about that. What happened there? Let me just see. 72 messages? Nightbot blacklist spam. Did you just spam 72 messages? General info like the devs are working on more improvements. What am I doing here? I'm going to kill it. Okay. To the AHS system are working on... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's not hard. Totally. Don't have to be specific. This is exactly what I'm... Like, I feel the exact same way, Gecko. Like, we should just get, like, like something where it's not... It's like an official post that just says, we've heard all your feedback of the animal husbandry. We're working on, similar to that Dark Lords post, but make it a new post so everybody sees it's happening. It's not on the 8th page. Yeah, if it's not on the splash screen or the loader, I wouldn't know what they're doing. Exactly. Like, not many people are reading all 10 pages of that thread. Just to play devil advocate, if that's all they have to report, how often do you think it should make new posts saying one phrase like that? As often as often as it's needed, right? So like, it's long overdue for them to have made a post to say that they're doing something about the animal husbandry still. There hasn't been an official post yet that says they're not done with the animal husbandry, right? Like there could be people right now who think this is it. This is the devs aren't even working on it. Like how would they know that the devs are working on it unless they looked at the 7th and 8th page of this post? They would never know, right? And then there's lots of misinformation happening because of that. So a lot of people who don't know are spreading what they think is happening, and they don't know what's happening because they haven't been keeping up with the posts, right? So there needs to be like official posts, and as who is it? Jin Gecko is saying, if it's not on the splash screen of the loader, right? It needs to be on the splash screen of the loader. Like, that's totally, especially if it's something big like this, where they knew that the animal husbandry update fell flat, and they are working on it, hard at work, making improvements, making sure it's going to be a system that everybody is happy with. The problem is they haven't told everybody that that's what they're doing. Okay, and it's not enough to tell everybody like Dark Lords is telling everybody on this thread here. That's not enough. What they're saying isn't the problem, it's how they're saying it. They have to just be like more front facing to the players. Okay. Imagine if they make posts like that. We still don't have that. Like, the other thing is that I find it so hard to believe that they have no info. I find it so hard to believe that they have no info. That they don't even know what it is that is the problem. Like, there has to be some info that they can share. There has to be, like, even if it's minor and non-specific, even if it's, we know that the traits passing on to the foals are a problem, we're working on it. We know that the, whatever it is that they know is the problem, that they're working on it. They don't have to tell us what the solution is. They just need to assure the player base that they're doing something. And I know you know that they're doing something. I know they're doing something, but They haven't communicated that they're doing something. Use the test server, yeah. Yeah. People would still enrage, still know Phil. That's all you guys have to say. Maybe, maybe, but it's better than saying nothing. It's definitely better than saying nothing. Yeah, all other games I know also do this. There's a lot of negative reviews on Steam about things like devs abandoning the game and it's hurting the game's rep. Right, especially when they're not abandoning the game. Like they're doing the opposite of abandoning. Like they are working hard on this game and they're actually quite passionate about it. And so on and so forth. They're doing everything that they can with the small team that they have. The only thing I say is lacking, I mean, aside from having AAA studio level devs and stuff, besides the stuff that's impossible, what they can do, what's in their hands to do, and they're just not doing it, which is just convey to the players that they're working on it. We're working, yeah. So Zulitech, the update should be, well, we're still working on it, have nothing to report, and then follow it up with Q&A. Yeah, totally. That's all that's needed. They need a new thread each time that they do that, though. They can't do it. It's amazing how often, and Retro did this too, but Demona is doing it as well. Is they seem to think it's okay. Here, let me just, I'll show it here. Where is it? Maybe it's not even on this page. It's on the previous page. Where is it? Like I know where it is and I'm having trouble finding it. There it is. Like they seem to think it's okay that this should be happening. Like this is not okay, in my opinion. This post should not happen. And the other thing is, this is also not not the first time this is happening, but Demona seems to bring in her own opinion on things a lot, that might be just that she's new to the role and she needs to get used to how things work here. But where she starts saying things like, "I personally don't know exactly how things were intended to be, and I have not been breeding to see how my own results stack up. I've just been making runes to keep my current favored animals from aging. I do agree that something is not right, and I have said that quite a lot of times throughout this thread. I'm sorry it's been that way for everyone. I know you're all unhappy with the results." And keep in mind, the last time Demona posted anything on the forums, the previous post that she made was June 27th, over a week before this post. And there has been no official post since the last patch. There's been no, like, I don't count that as an official post. That's not an official post. Like, this was the last official post, April 17th. And that was the post that was a month before the update released. Well, okay, minus the Creative Constructs posts. So there was these two posts that happened since then. What is this? Emergency maintenance, okay. Oh, okay, sorry, not April. It's this one right here. The May 17th, that's what I was thinking, not April 17th. The May 17th, which was, let me see, was that announcing that the update was coming? Sneak peek. A few items being added. Okay, so upcoming. So this was, yeah. I'm thinking of the post that happened before the update was released. And there has been no more official posts being made aside from the Creative Constructs post. Which, I don't know. Every post that they have made in response to us requesting something, some demanding to know something is going on, they should be opening and posting, not in response, but getting out in front of all. They are being only retroactive. Yeah, retroactive is exactly what they're doing. The update should be, we're still working. Okay, so I think I read that. 100%. We found a bug. We made 3 changes. We're super close to fixing one particular bug. Yeah, these sorts of things. Exactly. It doesn't even have to be like, it doesn't even have to be specific. What's killing me? Bear. Assume that was Damona's job as public representative. Sure, but Damona's also wearing many hats, so her time is also spread thin. That is true. Yeah. I mean, the other thing to consider is that a lot of the team wears many hats. They're all. It's not. Yeah, it's not as like streamlined as you might expect. Their process. The process is a little bit haphazard, but things. I mean, over the years, this is how it's always been. Like, it's not like it's getting worse or anything like that. It's just always been this way. There were pockets of time when the communication was great. In fact, I would say retrograde had a big impact on the way the communication was done. Although he wasn't the one who instituted the Valkyrie. I mean, there was like, it was called something differently. I think Retro coined the Valkyrie International, but before that, there were regular updates by the previous community managers. Wusso and Red Baron was one of the first ones. Before that, it was pretty bad because the communication was coming directly from Rolf before that, and he had a real knack for saying just the wrong thing all the time. He would just come out and say the wrong thing. Hey, Buddha, what's going on? Do I hear drama? Well, I'm trying to stay positive about things. About you, never, Buddha. Never would I say anything bad about you. Buddha, we miss you so much. But what we're talking about is just the lack of communication. I don't know, like the last Valkyrie International we got was May 17th. That was prior to the update that happened. The update comes, everybody complains. A fix to the update comes, still doesn't fix everything. We still haven't gotten any word. Like, there's no like official any mention of anything like this, except for in the patch notes, right? So like, we get the patch notes. Let's take a look at them. Okay, so we get the patch notes. So this was the release on May 26th. Okay, so this was just explaining what the new update was. And then there was the fix. Oh, how do I get rid of this? This one. So June 17th. Okay, so that's a month ago. We get this one, which I don't know, they didn't title it or anything like this, but it added a couple like nice things and changed certain things that people had problems with. And after that change, people were less upset. But there's still a lot of upsetness happening about the update, and it seems like we're not getting any information about the response of the devs to any of the criticism. And we kind of, the only indication that anything's being done is let's see, where was it? Here, let me find it again. This was the only indication. It was in here. You have to go to the 7th page of... No, where was it? No. Was it in the post? In this post here? Yeah, you have to go to the 7th page of this post. Hold on. No, I want to go to the 7th page. This is where we get information that something's being done. There will be a post from a dev in the next few days responding to concerns and clarifying things. Okay, so that's the most important sentence. The rest of it is not that important. And then on the next page, a few days later, as mentioned, Dark Lords mentions right here this. We are working on some tweaks to it still. Want to make sure we have something people enjoy. This time, more info soon. Changes, blah, blah, blah. Internal testing. And that was the last. So everything after that is there's no information. And that was, what day was that actually? The 10th? Is that the 10th? And all we're saying is that it would be nice if they made a new post that said this. Like, so that people know that this is happening. What day was this? Thursday. Today's Monday. Okay, so like, I totally appreciate that Dark Lords came on here to say this. My concern is that most people don't know that he said that. Like, it wasn't really official. Anyway. Is it 7 a.m.? Oh my gosh, cats. Red Baron was pretty good. I personally feel it delivering info. Every CM has a different way, yeah, of formatting news. You need lunch, you're going to head out soon. Okay. See you, Kyoko. And have a good night, cats. Oh, you're... Okay, hold on. I just catching up here. You appreciate the Dev's Advocate. It actually provides some transparency and helps us better understand the structure. The Devil's Advocate, I see, yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky thing. To be honest, I was just hanging out here in chat as a player and shouldn't have really taken part in you guys venting. And you guys should feel that you can vent. It's tricky being in my position, though, because I fully understand the frustrations of the player. But on the other hand, I see how darn hard the devs work behind the scenes and how much they're trying to do their best, so it's not hard to defend them. I see, and here's the thing is that, like, I also know that they're working really hard and that they're really passionate about the game. I just wish that that came through in how they communicate about the game. Yeah, like, there should be, like, excitement from the devs about the progress that they're making, the things that are coming. Like, they should be excited about it, and it should kind of come through. I'm sure some are working hard. I mean, yeah, it's hard to know. It's hard to know. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna turn on the sleep bonus and just chop through some of these corpses here. Is there something preventing them from asking more help? I mean, there was a point where they asked for volunteers. I'm pretty sure they asked for volunteers at one point. But I don't think they brought any of them on. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to sort this way. Well, here comes a scorpion. I'm going to put these... Okay, I'm going to have to take the scorpion out. Although from my cart, so my hell horses don't kill me. And while that is happening, I'm just keep sorting. Oh, right, the hides. I'll just do this with the hides. Oh, okay, I see. I see what's happening. I don't have enough space in my cart. So I'm going to take these into my inventory. And then I'm going to bury these once this scorpion's dead. Okay, good night, cats. And they asked for one and got one, and I sent up two, yeah. I mean, I honestly don't know what in terms of hiring people or getting volunteers. I like Zulitech, you're not the only one. I've heard from so many other people that they've offered to volunteer, and heard no response. I'm not sure why that's the case. I mean, it's okay. So, like here, the combat update was is a good example for this whole issue. I like the combat update. I actually think that it was a good addition to the game. I mean, there are bugs with it still, which is definitely something that could be worked on. Um, but I actually like the thought process, like the idea, the concept of the combat update. The problem was that they, the way that they delivered that information to us. Okay, to be fair, I ghosted at least a few other volunteer officers because the effort to train a person would have been worth it in the short term. Yeah, that I can see that. Okay, so the lackluster. Now here, the the reason the lackluster, right, is because of the way it was announced. Okay, so it was snuck in one update, which I think Samuel himself said, and it was like written in this way where it's like we're also working on this combat update that we've been working on since well before the Steam launch. It had to be put on hold because the Steam launch happened, but we're now back at it. And like that was the first time we heard about this combat update. And in my mind, I'm thinking, whoa, they've been working on this thing for like months already. It must be big. Like I'm like super excited. And actually they didn't even call it a combat update. They called it a combat overhaul. They're gonna overhaul the combat. It's a poor choice of words, I think. Because in the end, what it was actually is a good thing. It just, the lackluster feeling came from the fact that it was built up. The way it was communicated was built up to be this thing that, way more than what it was. And then the next time we hear about it is in that roadmap. And the roadmap laid out what it was. And that, I remember Brian and I discussed this in like just between us, and like right away we saw the lacklusterness of it. Although, like because it we're in our minds we're thinking all sorts of things. Like we're thinking maybe all the animal AI is all going to get adjusted. Maybe they're going to like combat, right? Like they're going to add more combat encounters. Maybe like we're just like our minds, like our imaginations going wild with all this crazy stuff that they could be doing. Then the roadmap comes out and it lays out, and it essentially says we're going to make combat more visual so that you're going to get more feedback, such that the information that normally is in this combat window down here will be more like displayed on the screen. Like that was essentially the essence of it. And there was a couple other things like what was it? Splitting the attack and defense. They had mentioned that there. You know, and then like right away we're like, okay, that's not a combat overhaul. That seems like they're going to just adjust the system we already have. Like at that time, right when that post happened, we felt like, okay, maybe it's not all the stuff that we thought it could have been. Our imaginations just went too far with it. Maybe it's just they're going to take the system that they have and tweak it so that it's more visual. Like we get these words here. I actually appreciate these words. I didn't think I was going to, but I actually rely on them now. Especially in a rift when things are crazy and hectic. Like it's a quick, like, yeah, I hit it sort of thing. Like I can see instantly. without having to scroll through this text that is going like crazy during a rift. Like there is some benefit to it that I appreciate now that it's in. It's just my expectations were way up here, and then they got brought down on that post, and then right away, just because of that momentum, I started feeling like this isn't even going to be that good of an update, and I don't know. It's just the mode of presenting this information to the players. I think could have been easily adjusted to not only temper expectations, but just make it so that we go from thinking this and then we get that, and that is a little bit better than starting with the expectations way up at the top and then getting brought down. I don't know. Okay, let's just open all these so I'm not just fiddling with this. I can just do this quickly. Um God. So much stuff. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna bring it into my inventory. That's the best way to do it. And then I can just drag things over. Oh, God, I knew that was gonna happen, didn't I? Trying to make things go a bit faster. My sleep bonus is off now, yeah? Okay, good. Okay, let's move the big ones. Meat goes in here. Bits. Whoops. I'm not holding the right button is why. Bits. Does the fur go in there? No. The hides and the fur go here. Okay, so let's start burying. Can I do this and just bury? Yep. Okay, while that's happening, I'll do these ones. Sorry, I'll get to what you guys are saying in a second. After I fiddle with the inventory. Oh, brother, there's so much stuff here. All this inventory management gives me no skill gain. Hides, meat, and bits. Oh, missed it. Did bits fit there? Oh my God. Okay. Did I get everything? Nope. Of course. Okay. Berry. Okay. Sorry about that. Enjoy your screen shake. I actually, again, like, it doesn't bother me and it helps me know that I got hit. So there were plans for way more than what it was. A lot of that got cut. I see. That's unfortunate. Combat visual overhaul, yeah, yeah. That is sort of like how it felt. Don't ghost people who reach out to volunteer. It's the exact same problem with ghosting those that provide feedback and bugs. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the bugs that get reported, the person who reports it has a hard time knowing if anybody even heard them. And then what that does is it makes it so that the next time they see a bug, they just don't report it because they're not sure if even reporting it's going to do anything. Why? I am burying them. I'm just getting to it. But if you use bury, not bury all, the contents will just pop into the cart. That might work better. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, that definitely would work better. I'll have to do that next time. Let's see, how did that butchering go? Did my butchering skill get good? 0.29. It got okay. Oh, okay, and then there's a bunch more. So let's get all these in here. Anyway, I don't see there was a big period of time where I spent a lot of time talking about this, and I'm getting back into that, but I don't really want to. I just want to sort of like, enjoy the game, not worry about the updates. I'm just like I'm okay just enjoying the game. Um, I'm getting back into things now. Like I'm off, just came off a break, pushing my skills, enjoying the game for how I like to play it, and I'll keep reading the forums and searching for those seventh page comments. Keep myself abreast on what's happening. But I'm not going to get overworked or upset about it too much. Because it is what it is. It's the way it is. Yeah, if you don't worry about updates, Wurm Unlimited. I tried going back to Wurm Unlimited. There are some updates that they made that and you were probably part of a lot of the ones that I almost can't live without. I mean, not to mention the visuals added to this game since Wurm Unlimited stopped getting updates. Third person mode, I was like shocked that they added third person mode near around exactly the same time they said they're not going to give any more updates to Wurm Unlimited, and that third person mode wasn't going to get put into Wurm Unlimited. That just felt like a slap in the face to those Wurm Unlimited players. And third person mode is like, I can't not play in third person mode anymore. Like it's just, and I know there's a lot of people I've come across who started playing after the Steam launch who literally can't play first person games because it makes them sick, like motion sickness. And that if it was first person, they, even if they wanted to, they couldn't play this game because it would just make them motion sick. Yeah, you were shocked too. It was before I left. That third person was too hard to implement properly. Then was done in a day. Hey Zabag, that insect meal looks delicious. Yes. What server am I on? I am on Melody. You just want to be happy, yeah. I just, I'm happy with the way the game is. Like I'm happy playing the game. I know there's bugs, but there always have been. It's just it's I've gotten to the point where I can play this game forever now, the way it is. Like there was a time where like I felt like there was a lot that needed to be done before I could, like for example, if they never added multi-story, that would have probably made things a lot less interesting over the long run. Like the fact that they added multi-story allowed us to build that castle that occupied our life for forever. And then they added bridges and underground building And all of that stuff just kept things going for, you know, building that next project that incorporates the next new thing. And the combination of all these things, like the combination of underground building with multi-story, and just like there's so much combinations of things that can be done now that they don't need to add any more stuff. That there's just so much stuff to do and so many variations of things that can be done. And I don't want to quibble about little things now, you know? All these updates are just little things. The combat update, that was a little thing in my eyes. Like it ended up being a little thing. Animal husbandry doesn't change anything about, like, the only thing it changed about anything that I noticed is that all my stuff goes slower now. So my carts go slower. It takes longer to get around. But aside from that, no change to me whatsoever. Which is a shame, but at the same time, I didn't need it to change anything that I do because I'm not really an animal husbandry type person. Are things hard? Are they easy? Is enough time? Not enough? I don't get anything. Yeah, if a Wurm Unlimited server data got lost, I would never play Wurm again. Yeah, well, yeah, that would suck. And it does happen from time to time. You just want to change the code to fix grammar mistakes. Oh, I'm not even paying attention. Yeah. You know what? I think I might kill this for its pelt, and I'll have to try to remember to use my high quality butchering knife for it to see if I can get a high quality pelt. Yeah, I mean, but see, I don't think that the difficulty comes from the combat itself. It comes from the way that the world is and the mobs are and the, like, there is something on the roadmap that gives me a little bit of hope about that changing with what they're dubbing the exploration update, which is apparently the next one that they're going to be working on after animal husbandry. What it's going to include, we can only guess. And again, it's that same thing with the combat update, where my mind can go on and on about all the amazing things that it could be. Like, it could be amazing. Sounds interesting. You can probably let your imagination go wild with all the possibilities. But over the last few updates, I've learned to temper my expectations and to just not hope for anything. And maybe, just maybe, they'll add something that makes me get off my deed more often. I mean, I'm off my deed right now. But what's interesting, though, is what's motivating me to come out here and do this is specifically my staff skill and my fight skill, but my staff skill, I really want to push that. Get my weapon skill up. And the reason I'm motivated to do that is because I recently went to the 2 rifts that happened on Melody and Cadence, and I felt like I could do with getting better at that. Like, it wasn't. I felt like I wasn't doing great. I was doing okay, but I could do better. And I want to participate in more of these rifts because I find them fun and engaging. And yeah. Oh, this is a greenish crocodile. Nice. Yeah, rifts are great. Yeah, I mean, the first couple on the new servers were so laggy, like it was just unbearable. But they seemed to fix the lag on all the rifts, which is nice. You have too many complaints. I mean, there are complaints. Don't get me wrong. The tagging system is a little bit annoying. Although Zulatek, the Melodies rift had far fewer people. Okay, so I think there might have been 18 of us participating in it. And there, I didn't feel the tagging was as much of an issue. Because when there's only 18 people, all 18 people stick together. Like nobody wants to, there's not like multiple groups like fighting on all different areas. It's like 18 people are stuck together, and we're like literally going one by one by one by one, or maybe 2 or 3 at a time or whatever. Like we're moving as a unit, which was such a good experience. Like it felt like people knew what they were doing. Nobody was running into the rift and aggroing everything and running it all around all over the place like it usually feels like. And it's like we're going as a unit and everybody's getting every tag, like everyone. And nobody's thinking like I'm just going to run around and tag everything, because everything that's dying is right here in front of the group, right? And so it felt better. But yeah, when you're in a rift where there's like 100 people fighting and there's thousands of mobs, or maybe I'm exaggerating, but there's a lot of mobs, and what ends up happening is you get like large percentage of the people who aren't really participating. All they're doing is going from mob to mob to mob, tagging. And you get lots of people doing this, and next thing you know, like people are wiping and like it's not going well. Frustrating. Yeah, you ran out of fun after 30 rifts. Yeah. I mean, I have definitely not gotten to that many rifts, so I can't imagine what it'll be after that. That's true. You should always be considering a system with like lots of people. I'm sure there are ways that they could do it. And considering that rifts have the potential to affect a large percentage of the population, especially if they're fun and engaging and you get a lot of people coming out, like we did at the beginning. Right? Like how many people are not going to rifts now because of their experience with the lag at the beginning, or with the weird, messed up mechanics. And then if those mechanics were a little bit better, maybe we'll have more people showing up. Add 1 sleep powder as a reward for 100 points and change tagging to actual participation. You'll see everyone at rifts. Huh. I mean, sleep powder. That might be just a little bit much, but maybe not. I don't know. I mean, like, it's not that it's too much of a reward for an individual. I'm not saying that. But what it is too much of is that it's too much supply on the servers, right? Because let's suppose you get 100 people, and let's suppose that, I mean, we also have to consider the old servers, which has 9 servers, which means 9 rifts every 9 days. So you're going to, on average, 1 server a day. And let's say you had 100 people show up to every one of these. Okay, all of a sudden, the server is creating, that many sleep powder. Which obviously will then get sold to the people who are using it, because not everybody uses sleep powder. And it'll then create this crazy supply for those people who want to just grind all day. It's 100 less sleep powder for them to generate revenue from, and that is true, right? Yeah. I mean, it would be great, but there, you gotta remember there are people who are power level in this game to obscene levels. It's hard. So, Voladol, you're a tagger at risk. I see no point in going if I'm not going to get the most I can get out of it. But I also tag with the confines of the group, working together. But I'm not a fan of the current tagging system. Like Zul says, I do actually participation points. Reward everybody for being there, doing something. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree that the tagging system, the way it is a little bit. It's definitely missing something for sure. Um, I mean, like I thought about why not make it so that you just do it based on damage done or whatever. And I know that that will then leave out, let's say, the new players, right? Like Zulatek, you were saying before to Kayoko, who before we knew that her fight skill was 70, she was saying she was a new, her fight skill might be too low. And our suggestion is just go and tag. Okay, you can still go as a new player. Oh, can't get through this little spot here. And why isn't that Hellhound aggroing me? Like 2 tiles away. Like if they do change it to a more fair system where damage done and actual like participation in the actual rift is rewarded, then all of a sudden new players won't be able to. But on the flip side of that, I feel like that might actually not be a bad thing because maybe new players shouldn't be going to a rift, and maybe new players should feel that they kind of have to work on their fight skill before they can participate in an event like that. I don't know. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? I am getting destroyed by a hellhound. What's happening here? I want to read chat, but just let me. Is it that I'm not defending in the right direction? No, I'm defending. Let me just focus up to level 3. How could I be getting demolished by this hellhound? It's fine against, well, not that fine against hell scorpions, but this hellhound is gonna kill me, and the hell scorpion didn't. Sorry, okay, let me go back here. In a fair system, she could still go and be rewarded for what they do. Yeah, but you could do a combo. Change it to Zul's idea, but scale based on fight skill. They would just get less than those who are participating more. Crazy. High fight skill, you have to do more damage to get high points. Low fight skill, you can do less damage but still get healthy points. Okay, no, I think Buddha has a point here. Like, this will alleviate the issue of new players not feeling like they can participate. But again, what I was saying before, I think should be a part of it. I feel like new players should feel like they should work on their fight skill so that they can do better at rifts. You know, because otherwise you might feel like you can just stay at low fight skill and just do as well as everybody else at rifts. But like there should be this push to progress your character so that you can get better and better rewards, you know? Reward everything: butchering, healing, damage, burying bodies. Any action that can be done to benefit the rift could reward points, scaling up of course, and balanced. Like I agree with this, and I'm not sure about burying bodies. I don't know how that helps, but maybe. Yeah, like new player just change rewards based on skill. Maybe they should. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like you don't want to exclude a whole group of people. There should be like thought about like what kind of like the minimum level fight skill should a player be before they go to a rift, you know? Like maybe a player needs like 30 fight skill before even thinking about going to a rift. And they should have like armor and weapon. You know, like they should come prepared and make a minimum like maybe you need 30 fight skill or whatever it is. Like the devs can think of like a number that makes sense. But I don't really feel like a brand new player fresh into the game should feel like they can be successful at going to a rift. You know, like there should feel like I need to progress. I need to get better so that I can do and you know. Oh my god. Come on. All right. I'm out of here. I'm going to just heal up a little bit. Let me see if I can find something a little bit easier to kill. Crocodile. I'm like almost dead. What is that? Scorpion? Okay, let's kill Scorpion. Maybe I'll just first aid a little bit here. Major lag issues with all the bodies. I see. I'm okay, and then you're saying, or make the points harder to get as you get more. Okay. That's an interesting idea. If they want more, then do more. Burning bodies helps with lag. I mean, yeah, I mean, like that argument about the lag is kind of that would be funny if they added it in, particularly for that reason. Better tiered rewards would work well, I think. Lower tier, you get things that help you get better. Higher tier, you get more valuables. That would be a good way of balancing things. The count for a journal entry. More rewards would be great, but the points should be fixed first. Yeah. Like you can tag it for the first 20 points, then you have to land actual hits for the next 40. Okay. I like that. I like that, Nin. That's a good idea. The volume of rift, like reducing the volume of rift mobs by 70%. Are rift scouts a thing yet? What do you mean by rift scouts? God, look how many injuries I have. Like, what are rift scouts? Yeah, no. Well, I mean, it could be a thing, and I have no idea because I'm not. We just looked it up. I went to 8 rifts so far. That's my experience with rifts. Hey, Zetrin, what's going on? What is this? A donkey? Okay, donkeys aren't hard to kill, right? Can't imagine they'd make donkeys hard to kill. Nope. Oh, okay. The mini rifts, then yes. Mini rifts are a thing. I haven't seen one, and they seem to be very rare. But if you're referring to the mini rifts, then they are a thing. They do. I saw somebody streaming and they were doing one. Right, like the fact that people who've been playing constantly since the beginning of the Steam launch haven't seen them just goes to show how rare they are. mean, then again, they could have disabled them and not said anything, but I definitely know that they're a thing. I've seen other people stream them. And I think Casper had mentioned she had stumbled upon one during one of her worm roulettes, but I think only one. And the fact that she goes all over the place and she travels like to lots of nooks and crannies everywhere, and that she's seen only one goes to show how rare they are, which I think kind of defeats the purpose of them. I can't remember if you added them or not. Yeah, it's on the wiki. Yeah, I mean, they're good in concept if they were all over the place, or like if like I don't know, like the fact that they're rifts is kind of weird. Um, but it could easily be a similar sort of like system, but instead of it being rift mobs, it being like you know trolls or something. Like a den of trolls or something like this. I've traveled 5,640 kilometers on all three servers. Never heard of them or seen them. Yeah, they are super rare. Yeah, Valiants, how's it going? I'm up late. I just woke up. What time is it? It's 12:39. So it's late, but it's not super late. It was meant to tie more into Jackal, but that stopped being a thing quick. Yeah. You know what? I miss Jackal. Like the timing just wasn't right. Like Brian and I had just done that restart thing, and I know that you, Buddha, were working on like all this stuff about starting up, and then Jackal was like a restart thing, and but then like it just the timing just didn't work. So I never participated in Jackal, although in hindsight it sounds like something I would have loved to do. And then they never ran another one. It was meant to be 6 month cycles of Jackal and Epic, so a major release every 3 months. Yeah, that would have been good. I think based on what people were saying about it, I think that would have worked. I think it still could work. But it does sound like they're not gonna keep it. 10 years from now, it's Attack on Jackal. It's 5:40 a.m. That's early. That's early, Val. I doubt it'll come back. It's a shame. I think it was pretty popular. People liked the concept, and they were just saying like, it just needed an iterative improvement process. Learn from how it went the first time and make it slightly better the next time. And if it's done in these cycles, I think that would have worked. It's a nice way of keeping things fresh. Like it gives people something to do aside from going on another hunting trip or going to imp another 50 pick axes and so on and so forth. Oh man, this server, like I wonder if they did that purposely. They thought, you know, let's make the slopes on this server just enough that if you're riding on a cart, you just won't be able to go. Like you can't just point straight and go because you're going to hit a slope that's just too steep. Oh, I can't get up here, I don't think. Maybe if I go around here and up here. Oh, it might help if I turned on my lantern. See the slopes and shadows a little bit better. Okay, and I never did turn my sleep bonus back on. Let's do that. Now that I have a visual on a ton more mobs. I am feeling like my staff skills moving. Oh. What? Okay, so what is this one? Does a little bit of everything. Smashes your enemy. Okay, let's do the little bit of everything. Whatever that is. Okay. Every time I hit one of these ones that are, it does a little bit of everything, it actually does a huge chunk of damage. But the stunning ones don't seem like they're worth the time invested in them. Let's see. Let's see what happens if I stun him. Oh, okay, I got interrupted. Is there a reason I'm using normal fight skill and not aggressive? Yes, I would like to level up my normal fight skill. Oh, I thought all these were mobs. They're all corpses. Okay, there's one there. Okay, somebody's been through here and killed all these mobs. What's that? Meteorite. I think the meteorites are not worth it, right? Like, it's not worth it to go mine that thing, is it? I mean, if I have access to a vein that gives me iron to whatever level I need or can. There's no extra benefit to mining that over, let's say, mining an iron vein. Only if you don't have a vein of that quality. Yeah. Like I was thinking, like, it doesn't give, like it might be cool if it also gave source salt or gave you, there was something special about meteorites that was a little bit better than a vein for some reason or another. I may as well go pick up these corpses if they're not butchered. Butchering skill is the other thing I'm working on. I get 90 mining, they're important because of the lack of 90 veins. Yeah. Like, are they for sure 100 quality or like... Yeah, you don't need to smelt it. Yeah, well... That's not a reason to mine them. They're like 98. Okay. Well, my skill's not quite there anyway, so... Seems like a waste if I mine it. Will not fit. I've gotten to that point already. All right. Should have done that the other way around, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So you're saying if I just bury this corpse, like this one, then the contents will just end up in the cart. Let's see. Oh, I thought I hit sleep bonus. Maybe it's still within the 5 minutes. 25 seconds. Okay, no worries, Val. Okay, let's see. If I bury this, I am interested. Nice. Okay. I am interested in New World. Whether or not I'm interested enough to actually go ahead and play it, I'm not sure about that. But we'll see. Never know. Let's put it this way: I'm not interested enough to buy it for the beta. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. So you played it last year one and had fun. Okay. Yeah, like I think yeah, the beta's short. It's almost like just testing to make sure things are, good for launch because the launch is what, August 1st or 2nd or whatever. Would I be interested in a key if you had a spare and potentially join you and some friends? Huh. You mean for the beta? Like you have a key for the beta, you mean, or for the beta? Hmm. That starts tomorrow. Might be interested, but I'd have to double check because I have I have friends coming over to my place tomorrow, and we're going bowling, and my kids have swim lessons. Like I'm not sure how much time I have to play specifically tomorrow. I didn't know they were giving away keys. I thought you had to pre-order the game in order to get into the beta. It was a closed beta. If you're butchering corpse from within your inventory, you can do so on the move. Same with burying. Yes, totally. The problem is I just need to empty my. Okay, so here's the reason why I'm doing it like this is because I want to turn on my sleep bonus so I can just do the butchering, and then turn off my sleep bonus. If that makes sense. And there's also a ton of corpses around here that I want to include in this butchering bit. Oh, hold on. I'm just going to use my high quality butchering knife for the cat. Oh, why can't I see it now? Here it is. Butcher that. 65. No thanks. Oh, okay, so you got keys for being a part of their content creator program. Interesting. Are you playing, like, are you starting to play in the morning? I'm trying to think, when would I be able to jump on? Probably not until the evening. That's probably what I'm thinking. I'm totally interested in New World. I was telling myself earlier, like, I'm gonna skip the beta for sure. I was just to see what everybody's saying about it, like to what I would was planning on checking somebody's stream tomorrow, seeing how things are going there. I've been keeping up to date on like what's going on in the development of the game. Um, and there's quite a few things that have me worried about it. You'll be streaming it for sure. Right, right. That makes sense. Um, how about this? If you have an extra one and nobody to give it to, I'm interested. I'd be interested. But if you have somebody who like, whoops, my brain all. If there's you know, somebody else for whom you could give it to that for sure you know would be able to play, then it'd be better used on that person. And I guess it's like for the 2 weeks of the beta, I suppose. The other thing is I'm like totally getting back into playing Wurm, you know? I'm like if I start getting into New World, just take away Wurm time. And the other thing is I'm not 100% feeling it, you know, like whether it'll be a game that I could actually get hooked on. There's a lot of things that are worrisome that I've been hearing. Like for example, I know that they like last year or a year and a half ago they switched from being like a full loot PvP sort of sandboxy type game to add a lot more you know, traditional MMO sort of systems, and which I'm all for because like I'm not a full loot sort of type player, but the fact that they then, you know, put that stuff in kind of last minute as an add-on, I'm kind of worried that that means that they're not going to be all that good. I was also hearing that they only added 5 dungeons, so there'll be like 5 dungeons at launch, which seems a little underwhelming and reminds me a lot of how you know, Star Wars. It was Star Wars: The Old Republic. Reminds me a lot of Star Wars: The Old Republic, where you get to the end game and there's really not all that much to do once you get there. Yeah, New World. But totally, if you have an extra one and there's nobody else to give it to, I totally will, you know, group up with you guys and play a little bit. Just not used to this bury. I messed up there a couple times. Okay, let me see here. Bury. And yeah, newer. Based on what you played, do you think it'll be a while to hit that point? Like to the point where there's like you've run out of stuff to do? Okay. Yeah, like that's like my experience with SOTOR was, you know, I think in 3 months I got to the level cap, or it might have been 2 months or something like that. And I felt like I was taking my time. I wasn't really like grinding it all. I was just having fun. And like before I know it, I'm at the end of the leveling. And then what there was left to do at that point was a few dungeons and like I think there was one raid or 2 raids or something like that. And the raids weren't even like, I think they're like 10-man raids and they weren't even that great. So, and then you do those a couple times, and then you're like, okay, do I do it another time? I don't know. It lost me at that point, and I'm sure that they went on to like add a whole bunch more stuff after that. But because it just lost me. I guess I didn't have a desire to play it again. Okay, so So based on what you played, there's like a lot of stuff to do. Let's see what doesn't fit in there. Donkey hide, the leather, the bladder. The bladder doesn't fit, right? Bladders don't fit. I wonder if I take out one of these, how many of these fit in here? Not many. Not many. Okay. Steam says you played 20 hours in the last beta. You were still super low level and had tons of content I couldn't even touch at my level. I mean, if it's going to be one of those types of games, you know, like Valheim, for example. Like I had so much fun playing Valheim. But in the end, there was a severe lack of content. I played 100 and maybe 30 hours and loved every minute of it. And then at the end of the 130 hours, I was done. Like I did not want to play an hour more. I'm just done with it. And to the point where I'm afraid that if they do add an update and add more content, I don't know if I'd go back to it really because unless they add another 130 hours of content, I don't know if it's worth my time to go back, you know? I don't know. Oops, I want this to be open. Right. I should keep this open somehow. Maybe using the minimizing. No, don't butcher. I don't want to butcher. I want to bury. And butcher this one. All right, I think I'm going to start heading back now. I've reached the edge of the desert, and I'm sure there's some mobs. There's that one scorpion there. I'll kill stuff along the way back if I encounter anything. Maybe I'll move over here. Like, did I hear that right? That New World had only added 5 dungeons, and I watched. I think it was Force Gaming. I was watching him go through one of the dungeons, and he seems like a guy who's like super excited for this game. Like he really wants it to be good. And you could tell he was trying to not be negative, but he would also say things like it just has like the typical things, and it doesn't seem like there's anything groundbreaking about it. It's like don't stand in the red stuff and just DPS your way through it. So you played 70 hours, okay. Okay. You like the movement feel? That is one thing that could make it, you know. Like if the general loop of combat is good. Like I don't know. Like that was the one thing that I would say in World of Warcraft, for example, they did really well is that loop of combat. Using your abilities and the rotations and all that was engaging. And I know that New World looks a lot more fluid and the animations are great and like is it like the rotation of your like do you have abilities like you do in World of Warcraft? You know, different abilities. that get better as time goes on. Each weapon has abilities. Okay, so it's done by weapon. I see. And you can use 3, meaning like you have to choose 3. Oh, from the alpha at least, right? Like there's only you only have the ability to choose 3, and that's like your 3 weapons that you can use for the rest of the time that your character is, or that there's 3 that you can swap between. All better now. Got some coffee and Kaylee's awake. Very nice. I always feel better after coffee. You can change weapons, but only 3 you can actively swap. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's interesting. See, my plan for it was to just watch people play it, see how it goes, see how people like it, and then if it's, jump on the bandwagon sort of plan. That was my plan. If there becomes a bandwagon, I'll jump on it, but wasn't that interested in being an early adopter. Like too many times I go and get, early adoption on something and then it just dies out. You're hoping New World is good enough to become my main for a couple years till Ashes come out. Okay, like if it's to that level of like it can be your main. The skill tree had more, but you were limited to 4. Okay. I want a bandwagon, but would hate to leave Wurm because of my commitment. I mean, I completely feel that. I mean, it's not even commitment. It's that right now my feeling is that I'm just getting back into this, and every time I do, I always feel like this is it. Like but there's always going to be lulls in that, like there's always going to be times where I'm feeling like I need a break. Now, if Pantheon really does happen, that appeals a lot. New World does not appeal to me a great scale. Okay, I am in that same boat. If Pantheon is real, like I'll be an early adopter of Pantheon. I mean, if not early adopter in the sense that I wouldn't spend the amount of money that they're asking for the alphas or the pre-alpha, but once the beta rolls around, I'm definitely there for Pantheon. Almost 3,000 hours you put in to potentially move on, but that's life, so I don't know. I mean, that's the way. You're right. Like that's life. I mean, if you combine all the hours that I have after Steam and before Steam on Wurm, I've definitely beat you in that 3,000 hours for sure. Let me see. I'm probably at 350 days on other Griffith. What is that? That's 8,400 hours, and then another 1,700 hours on this tune, and that's not to mention my main priest and my side priest. Yeah, and yours is close to 15,000 hours. Yeah, exactly. And you got plans for projects that'll take. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like Wurm is always that game that'll be there. Whereas I won't like. There hasn't really been that many other games out there. Like even I would say World of Warcraft didn't last the length of time that Wurm has. Yeah, exactly. Got a few hours, just a few hours. Oh, come on, die. There we go. All right. This go. Yeah, this was overkill, the amount of like storage I brought. I think it needs to be my inventory, yeah? Let's bury that. And I think I'll just bring these into here and queue up butchering. Oh, and here's a hellhound. Yeah. Yeah, the number of hours. But you know, like in this game, I've let go of things like so many times. The hardest one to let go was Autumn Twilight, but that was not the only one that was let go of. There was a lot of moving on many times. And while it is hard to, it just part of it. It's just part of it. I mean, I know some people who just keep their stuff who have the same deed from, you know, Independence when Independence came out. And they do not want to leave that. But you highly recommend queuing the bury after butcher. That makes sense. So like butcher and then bury, and then the stuff that you butcher gets put into your inventory. Makes sense. Okay, let's kill this thing, and then I'll just... I'll bury this. Should make hotkeys for all this stuff, but the amount of times I do this is so rare. Though I am going to probably be doing a little bit more. I kind of want to work on getting this staff to 70. Do I have an action to do that? Okay, and then that will free me up to pick up this one. You missed Xanadu. Yeah, I know. No butcher, bury keybinds. I'm honestly not a burrier and butcher. I honestly don't do this so very often. What am I burying? This one, and then I'm going to be butchering this one. You missed Xanadu. People are so great. Everybody hates me on Harmony. Why do people hate you? You don't know. I mean, I find... I mean, yeah, I don't know. Find a group of people. Find a group of people that you get along with. That's my advice. Nexa Alliance was awesome. Mm. So did anybody else notice like a weird thing with the spy glasses? Like, why didn't I pick that thing up? So Griffith just got his spyglass, Donkey has a horse sound. Yeah, I know. There's no ee-haw sound. They should have added a donkey sound. But with the spyglass, everybody gets a spyglass after 12 months of premium, right? But um, what was it? Xander, who's my priest, he got his spyglass about a week ago. And he definitely has less premium time than Griffith. Ooh, a fog spider. Griffith got premium on day one. Like the servers opened and he got premium on that day. Xander was created a few days later and did not get premium for another few days. So probably about a week. So Xander got premium 1 week after Griffith. Now, at the time I put like right away, Griffith had like he started with 6 months premium, and then right away I put a year. Like he has premium until, let's see, I have premium until March 2022. Okay, so like, and that got put on like it was just I got premium, and then I just keep tacking on premium. So there was no period of time where Griffith did not have premium. He has had premium since day one of the server launch, and has been premium ever since. And I only got the spyglass today. And Xander, he lost premium even. I think he lost premium, and I reapplied it very quickly, so it wasn't like he was without premium for very long. And he wasn't premium on day one. It was definitely at least a week. And then Xander got premium a week before Griffith. It sounds about right, Buddha, you say? So why is it like, does this count? Like, what's wrong with this counter then? There's like, it seems like a simple thing to be able to count the number of days that go by. Like computers can do that pretty easily. Like, how is it that a counter can be counting incorrectly? And Buddha, you'll remember this when I think it was for the Wurm anniversary, the 10th anniversary of Wurm, when you guys gave out the knapsacks that had the question mark on them. And the type of knapsack that you got and the rarity of the knapsack that you got was all dependent on how many months premium you had, or something related to that, right? Something related to the number of premium time that you had. And at the time, Brian and I had both been playing for the same amount of time. In fact, I would say you must have gone over that code like 5 times. So that event made me not want to touch that premium history count again. I have no idea how it's so broken. That's hilarious. Yeah, like at the time, I feel like Brian and I, like, we literally spawned our character in together on the same day. And I remember on the exact same day we both got premium. And then over the years, there were times where, our premium might have dropped. But always I would come back first and put premium on my character first and then play for a little bit. And then Brian would come back and he'd premium up again. Like, I feel like for sure I had been premium longer than he had been. like for sure, for sure. And yet he got a fantastic knapsack, and I got a supreme knapsack, and I was just I was so miffed about it. Like it doesn't make sense. I have more premium time than you do. I don't understand why you got a fantastic one and I did not. Yeah, I didn't complain on stream about it or anything like that because I knew like the knapsacks were just great. They functionally they're the same, right? So like there was no difference functionally between them, and their function is great. Like, taking off a whole kilogram of weight is great. Water, huh? I didn't know fog spiders. Ah, I did not know fog spiders dropped water. Let's see. Can I put that in the pottery bowl? I can put that in the pottery bowl. That's interesting. All right, and I didn't do that thing where butcher berry. Yeah, fantastic. I mean, again, it was like dependent on how long you had been premium at the time. It's like it was just like a gift, you know, like same with this helmet that I'm wearing. It was just something that you log in and you have it in your inventory. But they made it so that depending on how long you've been premium for, you're going to get a different version of it. Like I think that if you're a relatively new player, you would have gotten a wooden one. And I even feel like those wooden ones, if you put it into I don't know if anybody wants to test this, but if you put it into like a furnace or something like that, it would burn and get destroyed. Whereas the one I got was tin, and so it could go into a furnace. I think that might be a difference between those. But yeah, you anyway they were cool nonetheless. The knapsacks are just, and it's somewhat a shame that I mean like there's nothing you can do about it, but like this server will never see those until we combine. You know. Oh, I cannot go down that hill. Best addition during my time has been the Wetas. What are the Wetas? The Wetas. Huh. Did I even know about the Wetas? What is a Weta? Oh, the mounts on Jackal. See, I never played on Jackal. I had heard that there were different mobs on, but I didn't get any of the specifics. Okay, let me look at that. Oh yeah. Cricket-like creatures that have grown huge in the hostile Jackal environment. Man, why didn't like if they're not gonna ever use Jackal again, why don't they add these things? These look so cool. They're bugs from New Zealand, but we made them massive and rideable. That is awesome. Why isn't my hotkey working? Okay. I believe if I go this way, I will get to my boat. Let's hope. If I recall, instead of running along, they hopped. Interesting. That is really cool. It is a shame that they're not going to reuse a jackal or redo a jackal. I'd totally be down for trying it out. See, the one problem with Jackal is that if you miss the beginning, right? Like, let's say it's 2 months into Jackal, and like now you're like, okay, I'm gonna try it out. Like, I feel like you'll miss it. Like you're at either at a disadvantage, or you're missing the whole experience. Like, you kind of want to be there near the beginning. Yeah, it was definitely a get in early thing. Yeah, which is why, like, if they did it every 3 months, let's say, and or they do it at 3 months. Same with any new. Yeah, you're right. It is totally true. So if it's a repetitive thing that happens periodically, then there's multiple opportunities to get in. Like, that's how there's other games that are like this, that are more, what's the word? Not quite like this, but for example, a game that comes to mind is Rust, where a server opens and it's a quicker sort of cycle, but you know, there's a period of time where everybody's like building up, and then there's like the fighting and stuff like that, and then the server gets to the point where it ends, and then they restart the whole process again. And you kind of want to be in there at the beginning so that you know. So Jackal was a one-time thing, never happened but once. Yeah, I mean, it's the plan. So maybe some of you don't know, because we're chatting here about and reminiscing, but Buddha used to be the product manager of Wurm. He was the like head honcho guy who was calling all the shots for quite a while. It was like right after Rolf stepped down from that role, right? If I'm remembering correctly. I remember, Buddha, you came onto our show back when you were like a junior dev, that one time at the labyrinth. Boy, that was a long time ago. Or was it the lab? I can't remember. Maybe we were constructing the labyrinth. I can't remember now. Been so long. And it was only like it was all right. I mean, it felt it's similar to how, I mean, you guys have always been that way and still are. It's like the you don't want to say too much, and you want to keep things sort of under wraps until they get launched. That has always been a thing in Worm. And it was all stemming from how Rolf got himself in trouble all the time for saying things that he shouldn't have been saying. Still leaving this thing, right? Yeah. Load. Yeah. And then you were project manager for so long, like up until like Samuel took over. Now, I'm wondering, was it right around the time that Games Chess Group took the reins? Was that the camel that broke the back? You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. But there was a point where things got switched up, and it wasn't that long ago. Wasn't that long ago. I want to say 2 years ago, maybe, somewhere around that time. Yeah, I kind of remember there was a long period of time where I wasn't playing anymore. I wasn't playing the game. And it was the announcement of the Steam launch and the new servers that brought me back. And I'm not sure why, like what it was about that idea, but just like the fresh servers disconnection, it was the right time. It seemed like the last time that the fresh server disconnect happened was pristine and release. And at that time, I felt the pull of the new server because I never had experienced a new server launch before. But I was still in that mode of building my character. I was still fully into the game and progressing, and that pristine and release, I couldn't. I even made a character over there and played the whole newbie experience, but I eventually got drawn back to my old character because I was had so much. I felt like I had so much to do on my old character. But then they got connected, so Pristine Release gets connected. Xanadu opens, wasn't disconnected. I wonder how that would have changed if Xanadu was a completely disconnected server. Because that might have been the right time for me personally, like to have wanted to actually do a restart. But then it's like we ran out of things to do. Like we built that labyrinth, we launched that labyrinth. There was a big push to make that labyrinth happen. Brian and I, like we were just like, we're making this happen. We're finishing this thing. We're gonna get it going. And we finished the labyrinth. We held that event. It was a lot of fun. And then I remember like right after that event, we're like I feel like at that time we were already like at that point where we were done. And so we're like, okay, how do we like refresh this? We decided we're gonna just drop all our high level gear and start a brand new fresh thing. And this was before. Oops, I'm not even going the fastest I can. This was before. What is it called? Jackal comes out. We do this thing where we're like refresh start from newbie, and that was a fun experience until we got back to the point where we had made all of our gear again, and we were faced with the prospect of building a brand new deed, but we didn't have it in us to build a new deed. And then we dropped it again, like we stopped playing. But then when we heard about this new server launch, like brand new fresh servers, and like we hadn't been playing for like over a year, I think. It might have been over a year. And we were like just got so excited. We even jumped back in. We made brand new fresh new tunes, newbie, non-premium tunes, and just we were practicing. We were like doing the whole newbie thing, getting ourselves all psyched up for it. Yeah, and then when the launch happened, we were just like gung ho. Starting over is fantastic, but then it's so once your character has high skills, making huge projects, it's in between that's a little boring to me. Yeah, yeah, there is like a little bit of a lull. Whoop, whoop. I wasn't paying attention, and this is where that little V-shaped trowel thing here. Where is it? Right here. Slow down. Okay, there we go. I mean, I feel like we're gearing up right now to start construction on the big buildings. Um, we're in the process of material gathering. I can't wait to start the construction of this thing. We did a lot of the prep work already. So I would say 75% of the surface mining and terraforming is done, and that was a huge ordeal. Um, and the last little bit isn't going to get done until we're ready to construct, I think. And we won't be ready to construct until we've gathered the majority of the mats at least. And we're talking like it's not going to be crazy, but it's still in the tens of thousands of bricks and mortar. But not like in the hundreds of thousands. But it's like a decent amount of bricks and mortar. So like maybe 60,000 or 70,000 or something like that. I'm guessing. It's on Melody. It's on Melody. It's so here's Melody. And in this little spot right here, there's a little piece that jets out. This little spot. Okay, and so we started with like we disconnected it with a little canal. There's a little canal through here, and I think we're gonna like pinch it off a little bit more, and we're gonna terraform this little thing so that it's this nice structure, big castle looking kingdom thing, and it's gonna look amazing. Yeah, yeah, castle that Catspur and myself and those of us in the alliance are going to be working on making. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to take quite a bit of time. I don't think it's going to happen. I mean, we're getting to that point where the starting of the building of it is coming closer, but it's still not quite here yet. But I wouldn't be surprised that if under a month, maybe a month from now, we will have started the construction of it. But we need to gather mats first. Yeah, we're in the gathering mats stage. And there's lots of little things to do. You know, like how these projects go. There's like the construction is only like 10% of it. The planning's already done, right? So like the planning's done. The we just need the mats. The terraforming still needs to be finished. But then there's a lot of little things like the terraforming around the island. So this is the island right here. This little piece that we're seeing on the right side here. But all in the water surrounding the island, we need to dredge that all out. And then there's a bunch of clay tiles. Like I think Catspur went and counted 120 clay tiles. And one option is that we're going to get rid of them all. But the transmutation of 120 clay tiles is not a small feat. In fact, it's probably more work to do that than it is to construct the whole thing. Yeah, it's like 120 clay tiles, and each one might need 1,000. What is it to turn? What do you need to turn clay? Hold on, let's see. Wurmpedia. Is it transmutation, right? Liquid. No, it's not this one. So funny. Two separate things were added to the game. Both of them were called transmutation liquid. And so they distinguish them by putting feature or gift. Okay, so it's feature that I'm looking for. We want the one that we use on clay. Yeah, so lemons. We need lemons. Oh god, we need so many lemons. I wish it gave some numbers here, like, okay, here's some numbers. If a mayor or deed citizen with proper permissions is applying the fluid on deed, the formula to calculate the required amount to change one tile is 6,700 divided by liquid quality equals total weight needed. Well, okay, let's just say if that liquid quality is 50, for example, then 6,700 divided by 50 is 134. Required amount to change one tile. Okay, total weight needed. That's not that much. It's not as much as I thought it was. Where am I going? I'm like past it. So this island, you see this island right here? This island here is going to be this big castle. And it's just gonna, it's gonna have archways and paths and all sorts of cool stuff. Like, what if it was 20 quality? So 6,700 divided by 20. It's not as much as I thought it was. Like, how much does one lemon make? Does one lemon make 1 kilogram? Yeah, the hardest part is getting the lemons. True. But I was more like thinking you would need 1,000 lemons per tile. But if it's more like a third of that, that's not as bad. But no. Is that no to the 1 lemon per 1 kilogram? It takes a lot of lemons. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so it might end up being 1,000 lemons per tile or something like this. What's the skill needed for that? Because maybe it might be worth it to grind out that skill to make it so that the quality gets better. It's about 200 lemons a tile, if you recall. Okay, that sounds about right. Right, because you're putting a lemon with 1 kilogram of zinc. My hope is that that creates at least 1 kilogram. I've never done it before, so that's okay. Here, transmutation on a clay tile to dirt takes 6,700 liters divided by the liquid's quality. Okay, yeah. Okay, and it's beverage making. It's beverage making. I'm gonna have to get um, Viking out here. I think he's been working on his beverage making. It is also worth noting that if using multiple batches of transmutation liquids, all fractions are lost, which may result in the tile only going to 99% changeover. Further use of the fluid on the tile will be needed in order. Okay, I see. Yeah, so it's not exact. The rounding will cut it off. Okay. Well, if it's only 200 lemons, let's say. Okay. Oh, it uses natural substances. Is that what it's? Activate juice. Hold on. Oh, I see. You need to juice the lemon. So that takes beverages. But then the activating, like creating the transmutation liquid, that takes natural substances. So it takes beverages and then natural substances. Right. Gonna need to make a lot of tea. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think Viking Beard, who's in the Alliance, he might have. I don't want to guess, but he definitely has above 40, and he was working on it, so it might be even 50 by now. Or higher, I don't know. And in terms of natural substances, that's a skill that I'm interested in working on. I'm trying to think. I think Xander has maybe above 20 for sure. It might be 30 natural substances by now. And I can work on that more to get this process happening. Like the goal would be that if we can get the liquid to be as high as quality as we can possibly get, then we will need less. We won't need as much liquid per tile. Yeah, healing covers is the way that I usually do it. I hate concrete making, and so healing covers it is. And all of these animal bits will go towards that. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm taking out the creatures. And then the cart. Where's the cart? Here. Just what happened? I'm attacking the hell horse right off the bat. No, 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 no. Is it being led? No. God. I hope that's not that wound isn't going to get worse. Did I get it? Let's have, since it's moving. Okay, there it is. All right. Hitch. And let's get these horseshoes back on them. And let's just examine that wound. Medium. Yeah, I got it. 28. It's hard to say, but it probably would have gotten better. I wonder if I examine it. The wound is healing. Yeah, it would have gotten better. Okay. And now I have all this stuff, right? Like part of it is that this stuff is going to go towards natural substances. Whatever goes. Whoop, what? I didn't want that. And then the lunchbox, the insect meal. So you know what? I'll eat. It's a little bit. It's a little bit moldy, but that's okay. It fills up the CCFP bars, which is what's important. There we go. Disembark. So I'm interested in getting a pair of draft hell horses. I'm afraid that keeping them like I know Catspur was she's been providing us with horses, and she was saying that she hadn't quite gotten into the hell horses yet. I kind of want to look for a pair of them because what I did right away was I went to the step over there and grabbed a couple wild ones, just wild hell horses. Because honestly, for carts, it doesn't seem like there's an animal that will pull a cart as fast as a hell horse, which is a shame. Now, the only thing that I'm holding hope for is potentially the mules, right? Like it's possible that the mules might pull as fast as hell horses. But if not, like I don't know. These blank wild hell horses are better than the best speed horses at pulling carts. Not yeah, best speed horses. Now, like obviously the speed horses aren't meant for pulling carts anymore, but I haven't seen draft horses yet to test it. Because it might be that the best draft horses are better than these hell horses, but these hell horses are they definitely got nerfed. So before at the beginning of this fresh server, blank hell horses would be able to pull a card at about 20. You put gear on them, they can go 25. 5 speed horses before with gear can pull above 30, depending on the gear. Like you can get higher gear than that to make it go faster. But before the update, where 30 it looks like it's holding 40s. Whatever. Before the update, my cart was going 30. Like I drive and it was going 30, and that was with 70 quality shoes and with 70 WOA. But now I actually haven't been able to test it with the hell horses I had because they got old. Now what does this one go? 20. So I'm like settling on going 20 with these shoes that where it would have gone 25 before the nerf. Yeah, like let's call it a nerf before the update, but it was definitely a nerf. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the meat out. Let's combine this meat here. Well then, what did I do with it? Here? Yeah. Gonna put this meat. What happened? Did the order of these get mixed up? Messed up. Very messed up. What's happening here? Did I like match these? I guess the order got mixed up at some point. Okay, where's all the meat? The meat together. All this is meat. All this is meat. All this is bits. 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 Meat. What? Is it that there's just not enough room? I need to put the 5 meat in its own one. More meat. I'm going to let the meat rot a little bit. I'll put the bits away. Okay, so the bits can go into here. Eesh, the only thing is the cochineal. I want to separate the cochineal. Let's see, is that all the cochineal? Yeah. Everything else I think can go in here. Yeah, even the charcoal. Charcoal's not that. Poor quality charcoal. Yep. And yep. And oh, Oh, there's some more hide here. Oh, this is just low quality hide. And then all the eyes and stuff can go in here. What's happening here? There's the water, and I have a paw. Okay, the eyes, the heart can go into the food storage bin. And this piece, this paw can go here. I mean, I have like a decent amount of stuff. It's not like an obscene amount of things, but like, 500 bladders and 300 hooves and 300 paws. 300 tails, glands. Okay, so here's 20 quality cochineal. Let's put the 20 quality in here. And how close is 24? So I'll just put the 30s in that. Okay, that's good. Let's see, do I have any cochineal in here? Nope. The rest is out here, I think. Okay, so there's some 50. 30, I'll put this 40 with the 30. 69. There's only 4 of them. Oh well. More 60 quality. Let's see, I have 85 quality. Okay. I mean, one day I'll have the natural substance skill for me to use it. Now let's put this in here. What am I going to do with that spyglass? Looks like I'm going to need an imp on my weapon. It's going to drop below 70 here for sure. My armor could use an imp. I'll have to get Feyran to do that. And as you can see, I had it at 85 quality at one point. Okay, no worries, Valiants. I'm going to be logging off any minute now. It is getting late. And I just noticed this cat here. I'm going to butcher it for its pelt. And let me just make sure. The meat is in here. I'm going to put the pottery bowls that I'm not using back so I don't get all confused about it. And this water. Okay, these ones are all empty. And these ones are all empty. Okay. And I'll put this back here. The lunchbox can go in here. And the meal doesn't matter. And this pelt. Nope. No good. The meat can go with that. And too far away. Let's just grab that and bury it. No, no, no. I want to bury all. Okay. And all of this is sub 20. Why isn't it going in there? Oh, it doesn't fit. That's why. What's in here? Ash. Okay. Well, there's another place it can go. I think this one has some sub. some low hides. All right. And here you shall stay. All right. It is late. It is very late. So I'm going to call it here. You guys have a great night and morning slash day for those of you who are on the other side of the night. I'm going to head off to bed. Hopefully I'll get on and stream again. Sounds like it's possible I might be playing a little bit of New World, which is unexpected, but that would be interesting. See if that pans out. But until next time, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day and keep on worming. Have a good one, everybody. You are very welcome. See you next time.